of this panel is that upholding the rule of law is essential for the guarantee of the human rights of all, the human rights of citizens, non-citizens, stateless persons, migrants, minorities, and majorities alike. The rule of law, of course, runs counter to the arbitrary exercise of power. It calls for the accountability of all institutions, individuals, and groups to the same laws, and even the accountability of the lawmakers and the leadership. The rule of law is intertwined with equality before the law and the equal protection of the law for everyone. Those laws under the rule of law, of course, include international law and human rights law and standards. It follows from that the protections that flow from the rule of law include those of freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and belief. As UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief, I am often reminded of the urgency and critical importance of freedom of religion or belief to everyone around the world. The right to have, adopt, and change religion or belief, the right to manifest religion or belief, not only in private but also in public, not only alone but along with others, in worship, observance, teaching, and practice. And under that umbrella of worship, observance, teaching, and practice, we see in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights its interpretation in General Comment 22 and in the 1981 UN Declaration that manifestation includes many freedoms: the right to teach children, the right to teach our religion or belief, to share our religion or belief with others without coercion and inducement, the right to gather in places of worship, charitable institutions, and organizational activities. Yet in many parts of the world, we find that religion or belief is restricted. In this panel, we are going to have a reality check from all these various sectors and expert panelists regarding the critical importance of dialogue and cooperation as a means to ensuring accountability and compliance with the law, which requires the independence of the judiciary, of course. And in this way, we can protect the rights of minority and majority alike. And we will also hear about good practices and challenges from around the world. If I briefly introduce each panelist, they will each have 4 minutes to give a synthesis of their rich experience. So Dr. Schirmacher is Archbishop Professor Thomas Paul Schirmacher, who serves as the Secretary General of the World Evangelical Alliance, representing 600 million members in 143 national alliances. He is also the President of the International Council of the International Society for Human Rights and a professor and speaker who teaches around the world. Over to you, Dr. Schirmacher.
It is an honor and privilege to be the first speaker on this topic, even so you're all aware that it is impossible to speak 4 minutes about a topic that shapes the everyday life of billions of people. The German Constitution starts with the words, "in responsibility before God and all men." You know, Germany is a very secular country, these words do not have any legal value. You cannot use them at court. They just stand there. A commentary, a very famous commentary on the question why it is there, says, it reminds the state that it is built on foundations it cannot create itself. When we speak about the rule of the law and the question of religious communities, religion and belief on the one side, and the state, the parliaments, etc. on the other side, both sides need each other. Both sides are, let me say, use Christian words here, direct to God. They don't depend on each other. I would add the family as a third topic, but this is not our topic here. The state has a right in itself. It does not need the permission from religious leaders to exist. It exists there for peace, for harmony, for order, the rule of law. But where does the law come from? What is the moral base for all of this? This is not decided on by the parliaments. The parliaments don't raise children and give them a moral stability. They don't build up whole cultures. It is the religious communities, it is the beliefs that shape this. And this is why we need both. The religious communities need, let me say this very clearly because we do not have much time, sometimes the state and the rule of the law to be protected from other religions. If only the religions would be in the world, very often freedom of religion and belief would not be protected. And the big ones always would win and the small ones would lose. That is the one side. We need to assure this again and again. The rule of law is needed for the life of religious communities. But it's the other way around too. Where does the law come from? Where comes the moral backing come from? Where does it come from that the vast majority of people in the world accept the laws that are made by parliaments? This is something that goes back to the religious communities, to the belief systems, to the moral values of the people. And if they fade away, if they are not available, if they fight over with each other day and night, a country cannot be ruled. Because if you have a rule of law and everybody disagrees with it, you cannot put the whole population into prison, can you? You even cannot put 20% of the population in prison. You need a certain given exception of the rule of law. So, a practical example, in Germany, we have this problem that people at specific times will destroy, burn, I do all kinds of things to synagogues or to mosques. Who is responsible to stop this? Even if the Christian churches are not in favor of it, they cannot stop it. They are not the state. The only one that can stop it is the rule of law. If there would be not the rule of law now checking into it, who investigates, who were the people who did it, we would have to ask people to take revenge themselves. We would have to tell a mosque, yeah, there is no one who will help you, help yourself. So get some armed guards, and if someone comes, shoot him. The rule of law assures that bad deeds like this, that the destroying of freedom of religion and belief is under the rule of law, under the control of the state, and that is, it's impossible to have religious freedom without it. Yet on the other side, once again, it is the moral values that the religious and the belief communities give that make this possible. Because if you have a law that speaks about freedom of religion and belief, and 90% of the population don't want this, no police in the world can assure freedom of religion or belief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Archbishop Schermacher. Professor Dr. Fadi Dao is the Executive Director of Globe Ethics. He's a professor of the geopolitics of religions, and he's been working on a research project at the University of Geneva since 2021. He has contributed to the foundation of many civil society organizations, previously having served as the CEO of the Adyan Foundation, working for diversity management and peace building, and I think there are participants from the Adyan Foundation in the audience. In 2020, he received the Elevate Prize for Global Thinkers and Change Makers, and he's a good friend. Over to you, Dr. Dao.
Thank you, Nadila. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. This is a privilege to address both a community formed by both politicians and religious leaders. This represents a huge force in the room, and I would like to congratulate the IPU and Religions for Peace for having partnered together to discuss this key question of freedom of religion and belief. Let me start by asking you if you already hear this expression, lawful yet awful. What I mean by this is that the rule of law is the base of building peaceful societies, but it is not enough to live together. And this is why, in my very few minutes I have in this introduction, I would like to say that we are here in this room representing two great, as I mentioned, forces, political, religious communities together. But the real force that join us is the value system, the common values that we believe in, and we struggle to make them happen in our societies, and not the power that we have, either political or religious. If you look at the global surveys about trust in the world, unfortunately, and pardon my frank speech here, you would see that politicians are the least trusted category, and the scientists are the most trusted category. And religious leaders also are more in the least trusted group and not the most trusted group. Social media is more trusted than religious leaders. I'm sure if we look at more recent surveys, we will find that ChatGPT would be more trusted than both political and religious leaders. We live in a big global challenge of mistrust of institutions, mistrust in leaders, and this is why we need to rebuild ethical leadership. Ethical leadership on the religious level and ethical leadership on the political level. And for freedom of religion and belief is a key example where we can show and demonstrate ethical leadership, because four cannot be achieved only by law. We need laws to protect the freedom of religion and belief and conscience and expression and thoughts. But we need also values to make that our communities, religious communities and citizenship communities, also believer in the added value of having form in our society, freedom of religion and belief. So we need more trust to face mistrust. We need also to collaborate for the common good between political and religious leadership to give the right testimony, I would say, for our societies, that we are not looking for domination, either from a political perspective or from a religious perspective, but we are looking all together for the common good of our societies. And then we need also lots of integrity, because we live in a world where we have more and more populist, opportunistic, not only politics, but also leadership, unfortunately, including sometimes in the religious communities. So we need further integrity also to make sure that we are serving this value for everybody. For is not freedom of religion and belief for those who believe like me. It's freedom of religion and belief for everybody, including those who do not believe also. And this is the way to prove that we are really joining our forces based on values and not based on power dynamic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dao, for reminding us that the day we disassociate values from religion and belief, or indeed from community and the rule of law, we are indeed impoverished. Ms. Fernanda San Martin Carazo is a former Bolivian MP and former chair of the Committee on Gender Rights of the Chamber of Deputies of Bolivia, the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief is very fortunate to now have her as their director. She holds honors degrees in law, in management and public policy from universities in Spain and Bolivia, and also has a diploma in negotiation and alternative methods of conflict resolution. IPP-FORB and IPU share many common missions in relation to this topic, and it's an honor to hear from you, Fernanda.
Thank you very much, Nazila, and I'm honored to be here as a speaker, and I thank the invitation of IPU. Only working together we can advance freedom of religion or belief for all worldwide. And that is what we do in IPP-FORB. IPP-FORB is an international network of parliamentarians with 350 members, former and sitting MPs from around 97 countries around the world. Our work has three main axes. One is a capacity building. In all our events, we involve a diverse community of expert practitioners, academics, and other relevant stakeholders who develop tailored support for parliamentarians. And that's one of our main goals. Network building. Network building contributes to bringing together like-minded advocates for freedom of religion or belief by connecting parliamentarians across geographical, religious, and political lines. We nurture the culture of exploring challenges and opportunities amongst parliamentarians and relevant stakeholders. And we support parliamentarians by creating these platforms for networking peer-to-peer support, learning and interaction at the global, regional, and national level. In doing so, we partner with select organizations and networks at the regional level. And also we do some advocacy and research, and we support parliamentarians in their own initiatives to advance this human right in their local context. We also orchestrate opportunities for parliamentarians to join others in advocacy, because we think just working together is what will bring this freedom of religion or belief agenda forward. We also, of course, have in our network and in all our events, we have civil society organizations which they relate to parliamentarians, and they can work together in a plural and diverse environment. Our core values that are the main important values that we share are equality, non-discrimination, and diversity. Building democracy is a joyful task. A good relationship between civil society and parliament is important to enhance the quality of democracy. Building trust between civil society and parliamentarians, it's crucial to achieve our mutual goals. The importance of trust has long been emphasized by social and political theorists from Locke and Tocqueville to Putnam, who considers social networks contain value for individuals. And that's what we stand for and in our goal of advancing freedom of religion or belief for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was so complementary also to what Fadi spoke about earlier, that pluralism and diversity includes a whole variety of religions and beliefs around the world, and you called for the importance of cooperation between different actors. It's now a particular pleasure to hand the floor over to Speaker Marichel Batet. She was first elected to the Congress of Deputies of Spain in 2004 and has been its speaker since May 2019. She hails from Catalonia and was Minister for Territorial Policy and Public Function from June 2018 until election as Speaker. She was trained as a lawyer and taught law previously, and the floor is yours, Speaker Batet.
Thank you very much, Nasila. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Un cariñoso saludo a Su Majestad el Rey de Marruecos y a su consejero. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Presidente Rashid, un placer que...
Well, thanks very much indeed for giving me the floor, for the invitation extended to me. I would like to thank you immensely, Mr. Pacheco, dear colleagues, dear ladies. I would like, first and foremost, to thank immensely for the hospitality extended to us by the UAP and by Morocco, and I would like to express my congratulations for the magnificent organization today, and this is a message in itself, a land of tolerance. Morocco is a land of hospitality, as has been underscored during the opening session. This is a coexistence, a land of coexistence involving the Muslims and the Jews and the various religions present over the land. The rule of law, this is a human creation with which we ensure peace within the communities, and also permitting people to exercise their freedom, the freedom of worship, particularly as has been highlighted, more particularly with regard to the rule of law. If man really were angels, then the state wouldn't be necessary. The state is necessary because it avoids problems within a community. But the state as a rule of law really needs to be neutral, and there are basic principles, the principle of neutrality of the state, more particularly with regard to religious worshipping, constitutional system in Spain as well as in other places. There is really separation of powers, more particularly, and needs to be done over respect, equality, and autonomy. And this way, the relationship holding between institutions is quite important, and religious institutions, even though this needs to be a clear-cut principle, more particularly with regard to facilitating the coexistence and involving the various creeds and beliefs, and so to guarantee fully and squarely the worship. This is quite indispensable in the building of any democracy, particularly, or in the construction of an edifice that is a common edifice, particularly. So now we know very well that the freedoms really the state is shoulders the responsibility to ensure protection of the community, and so the state needs to cooperate with the communities, more particularly, and this is based on various contracts and also various agreements, and there is a special regime for enhancing the protection of people and cooperation agreements with the Christian church as well as with the Jewish community. And so the second aspect, more particularly with regard to the protection of the religious freedom, more particularly in order to make it possible for people to grow and prosper individually, particularly, and so to fight against the discourses of hatred and discrimination. And the state does its contribution, more particularly in order to enhance the protection of the individual and removing and staving off the threats, more particularly encouraging the freedom of worship. And so I do believe that we need to work together for and in collaboration for boosting the tolerance-based policies, more particularly. And so we need to continue working together, particularly as a final solution. Religious leaders have put in place quite a lot of substantial work for promoting dialogue, focusing on eliminating hatred and discrimination, and they have been quite influential through the discourses, particularly as was suggested earlier. We need to spread networks, and this will contribute to promote tolerance. And also we need to develop cooperation involving other communities that have the same, that are working on the same project. And so we need also to really bring together the MPs and the religious people together through the internet is a platform, more particularly, that is quite helpful. And so we need to do away with those behind doing apologies of xenophobia, and so we need to put in place a living together policy that needs to incorporate pluralism, and also everybody needs to be recognized as such, and also everybody deserves respect and protection wherever he comes from or she comes from, or regardless of their religion. And so there is need to really to engage in a spirit of cooperation, more particularly in order to discharge our duties properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Merci.
Together in our full diversity. It is not for the state to limit the number of recognized religions or to declare some unrecognized or intolerable. The dignity, equality, and respect of all must be upheld. It's not a closed list that we will decide what religion you belong to and which ones are recognized, and we will manage it. The state, as you suggest, has a facilitative role in order to an impartiality that allows respect and the rights of all to be upheld. Thank you so much for that, Speaker Batet. The next speaker is Mr. Norbert Tancano, who's a specialist in African parliamentary organizations and the winner of the 2020 Prize for an Outstanding Parliamentary Official, awarded by the Parliamentary Assembly of La Francophonie. He is a lawyer by training and profession, and he's currently the Executive Secretary of the G5 Sahel Interparliamentary Committee, bringing together the parliaments of the Sahel region with its headquarters in Niger. Over to you, Mr. Tancano.
Monsieur Tancano. Well, thanks very much indeed for giving me the floor. We are being asked to speak about the rule of law, the role of the religious leaders in the promotion and the preservation of the rule of law. And so if we notice today more than ever before, or everything that is taking place in the world, we need to say that when we move forward, we may backpedal as well. Particularly without the rule of law, at least we are going to backpedal. And so at the African level and the Sahel level that I do know better, the rule of state, the rule of law is defined as a place whereby everybody is treated on an equal footing and is subject to the law. When we look at the security crisis in the Sahel, and when we look at what's taking place beyond the Sahel, that we have the impression that there is a challenge. There is a challenge for the rule of law. What is the role played by the Parliament for the promotion and the preservation of the rule of law, more particularly, whether at the national level or at the international levels? The Parliament has quite many levers. At the international level, more particularly on the occasion of the General Assemblies of the UAP, there is the possibility to float resolutions and recommendations an MP in the recent assembly has put forth a resolution for controlling erosion, and so unfortunately it didn't see really a way for implementation. And so at least if it was adopted, if this was adopted, if this rule, if this resolution was adopted, then it could pave the way for eradicating erosion. And when our houses are being burned, or when a church is being burned, or when we attack a mosque, this is going to increase violence. And MPs can adopt and draft appropriate legislation to fight against these things and implement the resolutions that have been adopted. These resolutions can have an effect, a positive effect on a national level. At the national level, outside what has been said so far in the parliamentary report of the UAIP, bringing to bear on the religions and their role, there are quite many practices and quite many methods that the parliament can adopt, particularly boosting the dialogue within in the community of MPs themselves, or particularly auditing professional leaders, particularly during the working commissions, and by organizing open days on interfaith. Quite many MPs engage in such activity, engaging in interfaith activities. In the Sahel, there are quite many extremist groups, terrorist groups, particularly that wishes to install the Islamic Caliphate. This goes against the freedom of thinking, freedom of worshiping, and so when we think about this, we feel not at ease, and so in the countries of the Sahel, up to 80% of the population is of Islamic origin. Why Islamicize a population that is already adopting Islam as a religion? But by killing children and by killing their mothers and by burning mosques and genuinely. There is a challenge of the state and the rule of law, particularly in the Sahel state. When we say what is the role to be played by religious leaders, by MPs, in the case of the Sahel countries, this role is very delicate to shoulder. Particularly, we're not talking about religious freedom or the freedom of thinking. It's up to the international community and to the parliaments to support the Sahel MPs. So in order to really secure their right to life, more particularly, and this is quite important development. This is all I wanted to contribute with. Particularly, I would like to thank you immensely for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Tancano, thank you for taking us right back to the question to this panel about the role of parliamentarians alone and along with others, and the efforts they can undertake to ensure this freedom for everybody. Indeed, freedom of religion or belief is not only the right to worship, observance, teaching, and practice, but also for there not to be any discrimination on grounds of religion or belief, and also no violations of human rights perpetuated in the name of religion or belief. Now, we are going to end with a very powerful local example. I'm going to hand over the floor shortly to Imam Salahuddin Barakat, who is a Swedish imam of Lebanese origin who grew up in Malmö in Sweden. He has studied some of the foremost theologians and scholars of the Islamic world. He teaches Islamic spirituality, theology, legal methodology, Quranic tradition, hadith doctrine and jurisprudence. He is active on countering racism and extremism and represents the Malmö Muslim Network, and is co-founder, with the rabbi next to him, of Amana, the Jewish and Muslim Trust and Faith Project at Malmö. He will be joined, of course, by Rabbi Moshe David Hakohen, who's a community rabbi in Malmö, Sweden, where he lives with his wife and family. He grew up in a settlement in Israel. He became active in Interfaith Dialogue. He focuses on bridging and countering violence through religion and is the co-founder of Amana, which works to counter, amongst other things, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia by creating trust between the Jewish and Muslim communities and the wider society. The perfect partners to parliamentarians in Sweden, I'm sure. So I hand over the floor to the two of you. You can divide your time as you wish, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you to the host to the conference, and specifically to the Moroccan Parliament and the Kingdom, who bring forward the historical Muslim-Jewish relations from the past to the present day. Today we'll bring you a case example from Sweden, where civil society and religious leadership had the need to step forward where the law failed to protect the minorities, and therefore we were forced to step forward. Less than half a year ago, at the end of January, an horrific act of violence occurred in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, an act that was backed and protected by Swedish law. A Danish provocateur was granted permission by the Swedish police to burn the Quran as an act of freedom of expression, which he promptly did. This was not the first or last time that this occurred in Sweden. Bringing in international politics, this time the provocateur burned the Quran in front of the Turkish embassy, causing outrage throughout the Muslim world. Though the Swedish lawmakers as well as police wished to prevent it, they did not have the legal cause to do so. For us in the Jewish community, reflecting from our tragic long history of persecution, which included many times the burning of our sacred books, it was very clear to us that this was a dangerous act of hatred that must be stopped. Together with Amana, the Muslim-Jewish Partnership of Trust, all the Nordic Jewish communities from Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Norway, all united in a historical statement clearly condemning the act, quoting Heinrich Heine, "In a place where books are burned, people will burn as well." For us, it was clear that such an act was meant to threaten the Muslim community and had no connection to freedom of any sort, rather abused the law in order to promote hatred and racism. For years, Amana has been working closely to create a trusted partnership between the Muslim and Jewish minority communities, working for each other against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. It took many years of trust building to lead to this important act of solidarity. Following this statement, Amana has been engaged in discussion with Swedish Parliament as well as experts of law regarding the legal definitions of hate speech and freedom of expression, bringing forward the views of our minority communities. And I pass the microphone to my dear colleague and partner.
Thank you very much. Of course, after this happened, it didn't stop there. It didn't stop with the Quran burning, but it actually continued with false rumors going around saying that the Jews are favored in Sweden and you can burn the Quran, but you cannot burn the Torah. And the Swedish law makes difference between different groups. And this, of course, instigated several Muslims that wanted to show this and manifest this hypocrisy or claimed hypocrisy. So they actually applied with the police to burn the Torah. So we got a new scenario. One minority or people from one minority wanting to burn the book of another minority. And we saw here very effectively how the work of Amana during the years building trust, the Muslim community actually stepped up because the applications were sent in to the Swedish police and the police actually gave them an okay. They could burn the Torah just as they could burn the Quran. But of course, the Muslim community couldn't just stand by and look at this happening, so the Muslim organizations actually sent imams, mediators to these persons who had applied with the police and convinced them that this is not the way forward. It is not the way forward of one group burning another group. And just imagine how society would look if everybody's gonna burn everybody else's books in front of everybody's embassies. The craziness of such a society. So through this work that we had been able to do within the Muslim and Jewish society, we were able to mobilize and take action within the minorities, strengthening each other, helping each other, standing by each other when the law wasn't standing by minorities. And thus we were able to not just strengthen each other, but strengthen our society in Sweden as a whole. And I would end with thanking the IPU and the Parliament of Morocco and the Kingdom, His Royal Highness, may Allah keep him safe, for this magnificent event. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give it tawfiq and blessings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an excellent example that regardless of the structures and laws at every level of society, how powerful the grassroots can be in creating trust. And perhaps actually that's the foundation of community, the active grassroots standing in solidarity and support of one another. I'm going to hand over the floor to Mike from the IPU to announce the first 3 speakers from the floor. Each of you will have exactly 2 minutes or less to speak so that we can take all of the submissions and requests to speak from the floor. Whilst you're coming up, I will see if there's anybody who has a burning need to speak from the panel in response to one another, and otherwise we will wait for the first speaker from the floor.
Okay, so for this segment, participants are invited to remain in their seats. The cameras will find you in the room. So the first 3 speakers are Mr. Pornpech Wichicholchai, President of the Senate of Thailand, followed by Mr. Andrea Benzo, followed by Mr. Gaudencio Mahabamesu of Equatorial Guinea.
Whilst you are being found, does anybody from the panel want to come back on what the other panelists have said?
Yes.
So we've found the speaker from the floor, have we?
Yes.
Okay,
that's
please.
my turn. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Since the beginning of the nation, Thailand is indeed blessed with multicultural richness and a long history of diversity and tolerance. While predominantly Buddhist and secular, Thai society is a multi-faith community where people of different religions and cultures have lived together, side by side, in peace and harmony for centuries. The Constitution of Thailand was written to reaffirm our commitment to equality, inclusion, and the rule of law by guaranteeing the fundamental freedom of worship for all Thai citizens and prohibits unjust discrimination based on religious identity or belief. It also obligates the state to protect other religions and upholds the Thai monarch as the patron of all faiths. Inside the Thai parliament, religions have never been an issue. When a Muslim MP was elected as Speaker of the lower house in 1996, and since 2019, a healthy number of non-Buddhist MPs have been well represented in both chambers. The Parliament of Thailand truly believes that the power of cultural pluralism can be used as a constructive force to break down walls of division and unite different faiths through interreligious cooperation based on shared universal values. Parliamentarians can be a living model for combating all forms of intolerance and cultivating the culture of peace and reconciliation for the better future of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will now give the floor to Ambassador Benzo. We will take 5 speakers from the floor before opening it to the panel.
We have Ambassador Benzo in the room. Okay, he's there at the back. Please use your microphone and the camera will find you. Please begin, yes. If you have a microphone near you, please press the button and begin talking. The camera will find you.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate. Gentleman is speaking in Farsi.
دو مورد مسئله وجود قانون در رابطه با آزادی اعتقادات و ادیان و هم چگونگی تطبیق قوانین. هر دو مورد موارد اساسی است که هم سیاسیون و هم متنفذین قومی، بزرگان قومی و هم متنفذین دینی و اعتقادی میتونن در راستای تطبیق از این نقش بازی بکنن. اما متاسفانه که در کشور ما اعتنا داره، نه قانون رعایت میکنه، نه قانون وجود داره، نه پارلمان وجود داره، نه نهاد انتخابی وجود داره.
So in our country there is no legislation and lawmaking processes currently, and we have to be able to actually put forward some policies in order to encounter these sort of threats and in order to actually be able to actually fight with these problems.
چه برسه به اینکه در اوج زمینه آزادی بیان وجود داشته باشه، آزادی اعتقاد و دین وجود داشته باشه. از دین اسلام متاسفانه یک تصویر وارونه به دنیا نشان دادن. متاسفانه به این دلیل ما امیدوار هستم که در این عرصه هم دنیا توجه داشته باشه. تشکر میکنم.
I don't have the voice here.
البته ما انتظار داشتیم که سفیر ایتالیا اندریا بنزو سخنگوی اون قسمت باشن، ولی بالاخره خوشحالیم که صدای شما هم شنیدیم. Could I now give the floor to Ambassador Andrea Benzo if he is here? Unfortunately, the lighting means we can't even see you.
What did she say?
So if I don't hear Ambassador Benzo, we'll move to the third speaker. If the lighting could be adjusted so we might see the participants, that would be really helpful. Let's move on to the third speaker, and Mike will kindly introduce the other 2 speakers.
So the next speaker is Mr. Gaudencio Mahaba Mesu, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Equatorial Guinea, followed by Mariana Hnip, President of the European Network on Religion and Belief, and then after that, Mr. Jacob Francis Mudenda, Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe. So, Mr. Mahaba Mesu.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur la Présidente.
Dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, honorable presidents, honorable President of the Council of the Kingdom of Morocco, honorable MPs, ladies and gentlemen, taking the floor in this parliamentarian conference, allow me first and foremost to express my appreciation and gratitude, and to congratulate more particularly on behalf of Equatorial Guinea, congratulate the Kingdom of Morocco and its parliament for the hospitality extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful country, more particularly in this beautiful city of Morocco. This parliamentary conference, co-organized by the UIP and Morocco and Peace, and with the support of the Alliance of the United Nations Alliance for Peace, constitutes the most important forum for promoting the points of views and sharing relevant information, particularly of people from different extractions, particularly on boosting religious dialogue, particularly for our distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, the Declaration of St. Petersburg of 2017, bringing to bear on the promotion and on cultural pluralism and peace via interreligious dialogue, recognizes that the interfaith dialogue really is a keystone for promoting cultural pluralism. Now, the parliaments of the world, as representative of the world, need to commit themselves for promoting this opening and for more inclusive communities. As everybody knows, the religious dialogue has historically started during the first parliament that took place in Chicago in 1893. During this session, interfaith religion convened. So the seed of the movement was sown, particularly, and continues to germinate. And we remember the fourth edition of the Parliaments of Religion during the Forum of Cultures in Barcelona back in 2004, which was the most popular and diversified action of the forum. In the same vein of ideas, we know UNESCO that considers religion as an expression of culture and religious freedom, as is part of the interfaith dialogue. And so United Nations considers religion as an inalienable part of humanity, and so which brings us to work together for the preservation and the conservation of this heritage, guaranteeing therefore our future generation destiny. And so it's quite important to inform you that the Constitution of my country recognizes to the citizens the freedom of religion. It adopted a law, particularly on the religious freedom back in 1992 in my country, to which is added the universal ratification of the human rights adopted in 1948 by the United Nations, as well as within this same context, the parliamentary institution of my country back in 2017 draft or put really a celebration, and people meet to celebrate.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur la Présidente.
Thanks very much indeed.
I do apologize that time is so short and appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
We have many speakers waiting to take the floor, so please keep your interventions to 2 minutes. So the next speaker is Ms. Mariana Knip, President of the European Network on Religion and Belief, followed by Speaker Mudenda of Zimbabwe. Do you have Mariana Knip? Okay.
Thank you. I think I'm scheduled for tomorrow, so since I will be speaking anyhow, I'm happy to give my place to someone else, and I think we need this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker Mudenda?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I think it is important that we must understand the concepts we are dealing with. The rule of law, in fact, means that we have to respect the equality of human beings or citizens in our country. And therefore, the application of the law should ensure that there is no discrimination, as well as ensuring that those that rule are not arbitrary. My understanding is that the rule of law is based on the respect of human rights, which must be seen in our Constitution under the Bill of Rights. And it is important that members of Parliament explain to the electorate what is contained in the Constitution as far as the Bill of Rights is concerned. Leaders in the church, they too have the responsibility to explain what the rule of law is, because the people that go to their churches or abide by their religious foundations must respect the rule of law. It is important, therefore, that the parliamentarians as well as leaders of religion have a meeting of minds, because their common denominator is the citizenry in their respective countries. I so submit, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much. We will take 2 more speakers from the floor before opening it to our panelists. So, Mr. Enrique Montes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. La Asociación Miraísmo Internacional es una ONG en estatus consultivo con Naciones Unidas desde 2015, cuyo trabajo se ha enfocado en gran medida hacia el derecho a la libertad de religión o creencia.
The association which I represent here is thrilled to be here. We would like to laud the work of the conveners for organizing this conference, and more particularly would like to thank the panelists of experts. And so we have responded positively. We have really heard the presentations and we celebrate the freedom, more particularly the goal is to promote the coexistence in peace on the basis of a joint understanding in all the fields of endeavor of the community. Religion and law are really applied through a number of things, and there is also extremism that is implemented in the name of religion, and also there is also the hatred discourse, and so people are exposed to, they suffer from xenophobia, intolerance, and this is the reason why we need to recall that peace is still vulnerable, particularly, and so the social educators and leaders need to be involved, and religious leaders need to shoulder this responsibility, more particularly so that education be in harmony with the requirements of the pluralistic community and based on living together while respecting each other. And so we need to be creative and innovative as far as education is concerned, but at the same time by implementing all the scientific breakthroughs, particularly, and so availing ourselves of the science and research in order to really enhance the well-being. And so respect and tolerance can participate fully and squarely in the building of peace, particularly depriving the community from this information can impact negatively on the community and on the state. All countries need to work together and pool their efforts in order to really to educate the children, more particularly by teaching them tolerance and respect. And this is how and is conducive to move forward and make headway. The role played by educational institution and role played by the parliament, more particularly, they need to reconsider the diversity, religious diversity that will make it possible to ensure coexistence and depending on all these elements. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Madame Adjidiara Mergan Kanouté of the National Assembly of Senegal. Then the panelists will respond for some time. So after the panelists have spoken, the next two speakers will be Mr. Leo Igwe of Humanist International, and then I believe Mr. Benzo is in the room, so we'll come back to him. But do we have Madame Mergan Kanouté?
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to underscore that convening such a conference on inter-religious dialogue is quite an important thing. And so quite an important symbol. Africa is a land of where people are attached to their roots, particularly, and they are attached to their the rule of law, and so inclusion and striking a balance of religious tolerance can promote the rule of law, particularly in our African countries, and also with the support of MPs and parliaments. And so the parliamentary chambers are called upon to contribute to this religious tolerance. Balance is quite an important from our eyes and will contribute to promote the rule of law, particularly in a multi-confessional state such as Senegal. And so laws need to be drafted more particularly in order to enhance the religious belonging and affiliation. And so it's the same. Laws of with a local content need to involve local and grassroots communities, particularly in the exploitation of minerals. The National Office Against Corruption really needs to be, his role needs to be enhanced. Senegal has been ruled for the last 20 years by a president who belonged to a minority. There is in Senegal a freedom of religion. Religious tolerance is the rule of law for a country. Up to 96% is of Islamic extraction. And this is quite an example to emulate by many countries. All beliefs are recognized. I'd like to thank you. Back to you, Mr. Facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the panelists the opportunity to respond to one another and to what they have heard from the floor. Nobody is contesting the importance of the rule of law and that it is deeply intertwined with the enjoyment of human rights. So perhaps we can focus our attention. I invite the panelists to focus their attention on how Parliament, with the cooperation of civil society, can ensure that laws are grounded in human rights principle and applied impartially and enjoyed equally. So perhaps we can reverse the order.
and we hand over to the Imam Salahuddin.
Just a comment I heard several times at least, the wordings of respect for the rule of law. I think we should take it a step further and try to build appreciation for the rule of law. Otherwise, I think there is a sense of power dynamics in the word respect. Appreciation is something that is built through positive means and methods. And to be able to achieve appreciation of rule of law, I think it's key to remind ourselves of not letting the rule of law being abused, not letting freedoms being abused, because when they're abused, it undermines appreciation and it undermines the essence and need of law itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on another key word that we heard here from many of the participants, and go back to the question to what do we actually do when the law is failing to protect the rights that it's supposed to protect, and why that is the case. And following a key word, appreciation, I want to comment on the word tolerance, and just bring forward that if I tolerate my wife, I should go for marriage consultation. So if we are in a situation where we are just tolerating one another and not having appreciation, as the Imam said, for one another, we are failing as a society. If we as lawmakers are just protecting the rights but not creating a cohesive society in which people appreciate one another, then society is failing as well. So if we can take the word tolerance out of our terminology and use the word appreciation, I would say from our experience, then that is what is creating trust in society, which we heard was lacking here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, I think there are a lot of challenges on the application of the rule of law regarding fraud. One of them is identity politics and polarization that are on the rise. And I think what the previous panelists just addressed, I think it's one of the main things that we need to focus on when we talk about freedom of religion or belief. It's not tolerate someone, it's to appreciate and to give room to diversity, to plurality. And I think that's what strengthens rule of law. And of course, it is very difficult in our time because of this, and it's sensitive, and it's contested, and it's difficult, but it's necessary. And I think those are the battles that we need to address very clear, very transparently. I think that against this background, we need parliamentarians to be equipped and to be also in a network with civil society, exchanging opinions, going further on the conversation of freedom of religion or belief. Because one of the things from the beginning we start saying about trust is that one of the undermined relationship of trust that has been over the years is between parliamentarians or governments or politicians in general and civil society. And we need to reconnect. We need to reconnect parliamentarians, politics to civil society in order to have a goal together in defending and advancing freedom of religion or belief for all. Thank you.
There are three areas which sometimes, if not often, are source of tension between religious and political authorities, and we need to turn them into areas for collaboration. The first one is religious literacy. Some politicians, parliamentarians, tend to think that state neutrality should lead to a neutrality in education, and so no education about religions. And I think this is a big mistake, because we need states to be neutral, but societies are never neutral. We need our societies to be inclusive. And this is why I think this is a big area of collaboration between religious and political authorities to promote religious literacy, which I mean by religious literacy, it's literacy about all religions, to ensure that ignorance and not the other is the enemy. And if we don't educate about all religions, this would lead to ignorance, and ignorance will be the enemy of living together in society. Second area of collaboration is women's rights. We know, all of us here, that in many, many cases, there are discriminations against women based on religious teaching or religious narratives. But at the same time, we have now enough theological thinking across religions that can allow to have better laws and better and fairness and justice towards women. And this is another area of collaboration. The third and last area of collaboration I propose is about minority rights, to ensure that religions and not only politics protect the sacrality of a human conscience, that there is truly no coercion in religion. And this means building inclusive societies and inclusive citizenship where every and each human being enjoy full freedom of thought and belief, even also including not believing in the dominant or majoritarian religion in a society. And this means also abandon the blasphemy laws, because blasphemy laws is against, at the same time, societies and religions themselves. Thank you.
Professor Fadi, I'm going to come back to you. You say that all religions should have rights, but there may be many politicians, there are many political contexts in which recognition is only for 1 or 3 or 7, but it's limited. So how do legislators go about widening that circle of inclusion in a practical way? How do we include all?
So thank you for the opportunity, Nandila, to dig in, this reflection. The answer in 2 words would be inclusive citizenship, and inclusive citizenship not only as a societal culture, but also as a legal framework, which means that building our societies in legal system, constitutional and legal system, based on freedom of religion and belief to all, everybody, and also going to the societal level, as I mentioned, education, women's rights, minority rights. Practically speaking, there is no contradiction of having a majoritarian community that is shaping the culture of a society somewhere. If I take the example of Egypt, it's obvious that the Islamic culture is a dominant main cultural dimension of the Egyptian society. But if this goes against the existence of the Coptic community, for example, or non-believers or other communities, this means that we are in exclusive societies. So the big challenge is for parliamentarians and also to collaborate with religious leaders, how to reflect this in constitution and legal framework. I'm not against mentioning in the constitution, if I take the example of Morocco here, the Jewish community in Morocco is such a tiny community, but symbolically such an important also presence that was mentioned in the new constitution, that it's part of the cultural framework of the country, as at the same time the other ethnic diversity or communities in the country. However, this is not enough, because as you mentioned, we are being selective. We need to be more inclusive, which means this is why we need to make freedom of religion and belief the starting point of inclusivity, and not as an ending point.
Thank you for your tolerance, Archbishop Schermacher. Now over to you.
So, the first and the last. I would like to underline again that it was mentioned we need the rule of law against religious extremism, against a form of religions that destroy a society. At the same time, the state needs to protect freedom of religion and belief, which is something different. But I do not fully agree that the state does not need something similar too. I think the religions have a moral and a prophetic voice to remind the state what it is there for, that is the good for the people and not the good of individuals. So, but let me turn this into a positive thing. I think for parliamentarians especially, religious leaders, belief leaders are their best advisors. Not to take over, not to rule over them, but advisors to tell them what really is going on in society. At the same time, for religious leaders, it is very good, and often parliamentarians and politicians are their best advisors. Again, not because they want to run religions, but they can tell them a lot of things that we might overlook. If this would not be here, I would propose a global conference of parliamentarians meeting with religious leaders. But we are here. So friends, take your chance. If we do not talk, we cannot make progress. The best way to destroy a marriage is never to talk to each other. And if you don't get the couple to talk to each other, it never will improve. This is the one-time chance for us really to get to know each other. And you ask the question, small religions. It's for both sides. Parliamentarians need to get to know those small religions. Just meet them, invite them over. When they are out of the door, you can still think your thing, but get to know them personally. And it's also a religious task to the big religions. Take your small friends at your country. Get an appointment with the parliamentarian or the politician and say, I would like to come along, but I would like to bring my smaller friends, so to say. And you see what is one of the strangest things when it comes to freedom of religion and belief, representing the largest world religion, the other large one is Islam. Christianity in many countries is the absolute majority of people. And the same religion can be a very, very small minority in the next country. And the same with Islam. In many countries like Morocco, they are the majority. In my home country, in Germany, they are a minority. So if we come together, if we work hand in hand and agree that if we both protect the minorities of other religions in our countries, we do just the most normal thing, because everyone can be big here and small there. And we want to be dealt with, as a Christian, I want to be dealt with the same way if I represent in one country the official religion, and in the next country I'm the only one of two Christians in the country, because I'm still a human being and nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As a housekeeping, the people at the back, might you speak a bit more quietly because others can't hear? And if I hand over now to Mr. Tancano for the last word from the panel for now.
Merci, Madame la Moderatrice.
Madam Moderator, I'd like to intervene and react by adding something to talk about the limitations of the inter-religious faith dialogue, particularly for the promotion and the preservation of the rule of law and the state. When I've read the report of the Parliament on the religion and the UIP report more particularly, I noticed that most of the parliamentarians who were surveyed during this survey have had practices or are engaged in the interfaith dialogue in quite many of these countries. And when we listen to the participants here, I do realize that there are quite a number of practices. There are attempts to set up interfaith dialogue, or at least good practices to set. But when we know what we notice, it doesn't solve crises. The world currently is riddled with crises. What is happening? I think we need to raise a question. Either this interfaith dialogue is not sincere, a dialogue, or it is insufficient, or there is an effect, endogenous effect, particularly on these various states. These are the four major preoccupations that I have in mind. And so whether we in the Sahel or in Ukraine, there are crises in the Sudan. So we have two Muslim factions fighting in the Sudan, and I think all the summits, so all the countries of the in the Islamic world need to put their clout so that they bring these two warring factions to an end. We're talking about only God perhaps we can ask for forgiveness for him. But interfaith religion or dialogue, so far, either it's not sincere, or it's not non-existent, or perhaps linked to external interferences in states where crises are being waged. And so particularly the case of the Sahel that I know the representative of Senegal talked about. They are not in the Sahel, but they are in a country neighboring the Sahel. In many of the countries of the Sahel, and the MPs can testify there is generally the Islamo-Christian dialogue that is being waged. The MPs' practices particularly focus on the promotion of the rule of law. Unfortunately, there are political interests, geopolitical interests, economic interests of outside that ban and bar this dialogue and particularly to establish peace and to establish and to have security. And so we need to focus and dig deeper into this interfaith dialogue. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Okay, we return to speakers from the floor. The next three speakers will be Mr. Leo Igwe of Humanist International, followed by Ms. Natalia Martincevic of Croatia, and then Mr. Tiago Alves Pinto of...
Not Ambassador Benzo?
No, he's not. Of the University of Oxford. So do we have Mr. Igwe?
Here? I'm here. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Please carry on.
Okay, please.
And 2 minutes, everybody, please. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity given to us at Humanist International to be part of this important event. First of all, it is important we explore the situation of humanists in various countries if we are really committed to interfaith dialogue. Because back in my country, Nigeria, it has been increasingly difficult for us to dialogue with people of faith. In 2021, we tried to organize the first interfaith and belief dialogue in Nigeria. Many religious leaders shunned that dialogue. And what we heard was that they could not dialogue with people who are not of the book. But I want to thank the Interparliamentary Union for extending the invitation to us. And I look forward that other parliamentarians could put in place legislations that will open the space of dialogue to atheists, humanists, free thinkers, non-religious people. Because what is most important for us at the humanist community is not our religion or belief. We can always change it. We can always discard it. What is important is our humanity. So we are looking forward that parliamentarians in various countries will emulate this initiative that made it possible for us to be invited so that the dialogue space in various countries could be open to people who have no religion, or people who are humanists, or who are atheists or free thinkers. Thank you.
Okay, so next is Ms. Martincevic of Croatia, followed by Mr. Tiago Alves Pinto, and then after that it will be Mr. Sukamta Mantam-Iharja of Indonesia. So Ms. Martincevic, please.
Dear members of parliament, dear colleagues, Croatia is a country that has committed itself to respecting the rights of its religious communities in its basic legal acts. Currently, 90 such religious communities are registered. The rights are primarily guaranteed by the highest legal act of our country, the Constitution of the Republic of Croatia. They have rights in accordance with the law on the legal status of religious communities. Religious communities receive funds for their work from the budget of the Republic of Croatia. Croatia also has a special government commission for relations with religious communities. We believe that according to the rights of members of other minority religions in the Republic of Croatia, we treat them with the maximum tolerance and support them in their work and in the performance of religious ceremonies. As a particular positive example, I would like to point out the attitude towards the Islamic community in Croatia. Islam was officially recognized as a traditional religion back in 1916, precisely by the Croatian parliament. In connection with this, in 2016, we celebrate 100 years of Islam, an official recognized traditional religion in the Republic of Croatia. The government of the Republic of Croatia was a sponsor of that celebration. Members of the Islamic faith often highlight their position in the Republic of Croatia as an example, as a model that should be appealed in other countries in Europe, all the world, where the Muslims do not represent the majority but minority religious community. The Republic of Croatia sees its wealth in the number of different religious communities. Therefore, the government of Croatia encouraged interfaith dialogue through sponsorship. Thus, in 2020, the conference Human Brotherhood for the Foundation of the Security of Peace in the World was held in the co-organization of the Islamic community in Croatia and the Croatian Bishop Catholic Conference. Thank you.
So the next three are Mr. Tiago Alves Pinto, Mr. Mantam-Iharja of Indonesia, and then Mr. Abbas Panakal, Director of the International Interfaith Initiative. So do we have Mr. Alves Pinto? Please.
Distinguished panelists, thank you for your excellent contributions. My question relates to the defamation of religion issue that was mentioned in the panel. Between 1999 and 2011, several countries at the UN discussed the resolutions on the so-called defamation of religions. This was done to address some of the challenges already discussed today. However, nothing happened, only division. In 2011, Resolution 1618 was passed as a joint international effort to address incitement to religious hatred without resort to using blasphemy laws. Since then, several UN documents were developed, notably the Rabat Plan of Action, so Morocco is involved in that as well, the Istanbul Process, and the Faith for Rights. These documents were elaborated with several stakeholders, including civil society, academia, and experts from international organizations. My question to the panel is, why, in your opinion, states have largely overlooked these documents that are meant to address the problems that we have mentioned today? And I'm asking that because I've been researching on this topic for 12 years, and I'm still searching for answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll respond to that question after a few more speakers. So the next three are Mr. Sukamta Mantam-Iharja of Indonesia, followed by Mr. Abbas Panakal, and then it will be Mr. Pedro Roque of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. So do we have Mr. Sukamta of Indonesia?
Thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. As a country with a population of over 270 million people and 1,128 ethnic group, speaking 741 distinct languages. In Indonesia, several religions and faith coexist and prosper. Indonesia is also a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, and at the same time, the third largest democracy in the world, which conform to a democratic political system in which the parliament includes numerous political factions and represent the desire of people who follow various religions and faith. The Constitution also fully guarantees religious freedom, as stated in Article 28 and 29, which emphasizes on freedom of every citizen to embrace their own religion and worship according to their religion and faith. In short, Indonesia's principle recognizes and protects all religion and faith that emerge in Indonesia. However, while doing so, we recognize that the rule of law remains a key priority of the life of nation and state of Indonesia. As a diverse nation, we know that variety is a blessing and a benefit, but it's also a burden. Horizontal tension frequently overlap the diversity. Similarly, it is regarded as a gift and an advantage because it contributes to Indonesia's status as a country rich in diverse cultures. In order to preserve mutual trust and understanding across religion and faith, the right to freedom of religion or faith must be practiced responsibly with respect for the right of others and without disrupting public order. As a result, supporting the rule of law is critical. Members of Parliament have the task of guaranteeing the harmony among religions in Indonesia continues, which is why the Indonesian House of Representatives passed Law Number 7 in 2012 on preventing social conflict that shall serve as the principal umbrella in resolving social conflict, specifically those that incorporate religion. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next three are Mr. Abbas Panakal, followed by Mr. Pedro Roque, and then after that it'll be Mr. Mustafa Field, the Director of Faiths Forum for London. So do we have Mr. Panakal? Mr. Panakal in the room? Okay, so we move to Mr. Pedro Roque of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean.
I'm right here on the far left. I'm right here on the far left.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to represent the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean today at this invaluable gathering enabling dialogue and sharing. At the outset, I want to say one word to share our grief for the victims of the Jewish festival on the island of Jerba, Tunisia, last month. This traditional religious festival brings men of faith, men of peace, and scholars from around the world. The attack against pilgrims who gather in peace was simply shocking. As we all see, there are still so many valid reasons to gather and talk about peace. Cultivate long-lasting peace and fostering inclusive and sustainable prosperity are the main objectives of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. By building bridges between countries, communities, and individuals, parliamentary diplomacy plays a crucial role. It nurtures a pluralistic dialogue, strengthens cooperation, and promotes mutual understanding. Last year, a PAM delegation came to Morocco and met with Mr. Abadi. We exchanged particularly on youth and how youth can be a vector towards peace if deeply engaged in their communities. Here in Morocco, as earlier in Italy, PAM organized a number of specialized meetings on the responsibility of political and religious leaders in countering violence, extremism, and radicalizations. The results were interesting, but the commitments of our institutions cannot be limited to a conference. Our actions must continue all the time and involve regularly civil society and institutions. Our visit to the School of Ulama was very instructive, and I wish to congratulate Morocco for this program. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me state that you can count on the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean to play its role as a peace-seeking and peace-nurturing regional institution. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. So the next three speakers will be Mr. Mustafa Field, followed by Ms. Heriknaz Tigranyan of Armenia, followed by Mr. Yassine Berry, le président des chantiers sociaux marocains. So we have Mr. Field, and yes, a reminder that it's 2 minutes per intervention, please.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the IPU and His Majesty King Mohammed IV's Parliament for hosting this conference. My name is Mustafa Field. I'm the director for a charity called the Faith Forum for London. And I wanted to really emphasize the importance of religious literacy being a key driver in supporting parliamentarians, policymakers, in creating a more stable, inclusive, and productive nation. Because often social cohesion can make our economies stronger. This is in the interest of our great nations. And it's at a time with economic crisis, we must see this work part and parcel of strengthening our nations. We live in an interconnected world where religion plays a significant role in many of our lives. And it's crucial for parliamentarians to understand the deep understanding of how religion motivates people. Often, we see the rule of law is foreign to religion. It's not something that is characterized as part of our religious belief. However, my research and our work has really seen that the rule of law is deeply embedded in religious belief across different faiths, but particularly because we're here today in Marrakesh, and the declaration has a strong rooting in religion. Fadi mentioned this, the importance of understanding the religious literacy when we're looking to combat violence against women. Often it is the theology and the deep understanding that we can find in our religious traditions and the values that we find that bind our communities together that can help us underpin this and challenge this. And so I just want to emphasize that using theology and religious literacy is key in embedding this, and it is not foreign to us. So we must deepen that understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so the next three speakers, Ms. Heriknaz Tigranyan of Armenia, Mr. Yassine Berry, then it'll be Senator Farouk Naik of Pakistan. So do we have Ms. Tigranyan?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank our Moroccan host for the excellent organization of this very important conference. I am representing the Republic of Armenia, a country which was the first in the world to proclaim Christianity as a state religion. I am underscoring this fact within the context of our conference to state that the respect for human rights and their protection is supranational and supra-religious. It is a universal value. The rule of law, equality of everybody before the law, is the main pillar and one of the basic principles of the legal state. Unfortunately, some states don't respect the rule of law, don't even implement the decisions of the international institutions, and all this does not entail any consequences and responsibility. In my view, this is an impermissible double standards and retreat from democracy. In particular, the International Court of Justice applied an interim measure towards Azerbaijan by forcing to open the Lachin corridor. About 4 months have passed, and this decision is not implemented. Moreover, Azerbaijan installed a checkpoint on the Lachin corridor, thus fully controlling it and blocking the lifeline of 120,000 people in Nagorno-Karabakh and creating a humanitarian disaster. Azerbaijan considers itself above the international law and justice, neglecting also the clear calls of the international community on demanding to open the corridors. At present, the world, including our region, is facing new challenges. Since the world justifiably focuses on the war in Ukraine, Azerbaijan seizes the opportunity and continues its aggressive policy of territorial claims toward Armenia's sovereign territory. Over the last 2 years, Azerbaijan has initiated military provocation on a regular basis and occupied 150 kilometers of our state territory.
If you would be kind enough to bring it to an end, I'd be
The authoritarian
grateful.
system is a challenging democracy, which should not be tolerated, and the aggressor must be restrained. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The IPU told me they chose me because I could be strict with time, so don't let me let them down. Next speaker, please.
So next three are Mr. Yassin Berry, Senator Nayak of Pakistan, and then it will be Archimandrite Emmanuel Ukana of the World Council of Churches. So do we have Mr. Berry in the room? Okay, so we'll move to Senator Nayak, please.
Yes, thank you, please. As a constitutional norm, religious harmony not only directs state action involving management of religious diversity, but also has potential to legitimate state action. Religious harmony is not only a constitutional principle, but also has become an institutionalized social reform. Prevalence of idea of harmony as a legal principle is reflected in many statute books. Pakistan Penal Code contains provisions that criminalizes acts prejudicial to maintenance of harmony, including religious harmony. Laws should highlight importance of religious harmony as a legal, political, and constitutional norm. Religious pluralism is best managed and maintained through rule of law. As a constitutional norm, it should direct state action involving management of religious diversity. Interfaith harmony and rule of law are fundamental principles for building a just and inclusive society. In a world characterized by diverse religious beliefs and cultural background, it is essential to promote mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation among different faiths. Pakistan, as a multi-religion society, has taken several steps to ensure interfaith harmony. Constitution of Pakistan ensures in its preamble fundamental rights, including right to faith, worship, and association. To further this cause, Parliament of Pakistan consists of both non-Muslim members and religious scholars and experts. These provisions have been instrumental in creating a bridge not only between religious leaders and parliament, but also in its judicial system. Interfaith harmony today faces many challenges in the world due to religious extremism, lack of dialogue and understanding, historical and cultural perspectives, social and economic disputes, misinterpretation and misrepresentation of faith. In my view, I propose the following proposals for the purpose of the Parliament to pass necessary laws in this regard. A. Establishment of an apex body to register and regulate functions of all religious schools. B. Establishment of a regulatory body with representations from all religious to regulate all religious institutions, including mosques, temples, gurdwaras, and churches. C. Review and revision of policies and practices to ensure basic human rights for all as equal citizens. D. Implementation of existing policies and cultural practices for promoting religious and interfaith harmony through relevant laws. E.
I hope there aren't so many letters.
30 seconds only, 30 seconds, please. Create a reporting mechanism for cases of discrimination against religious minorities. Representation of all religions in curriculum, designing broad and implement one curriculum in all schools and institutions, especially of public sector. Inclusion of interfaith harmony component in curriculum from preschool level. Promote religious tourism, social and cultural gatherings, and lastly, allocation of resources for development of minorities across board. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take two final speakers and then we'll let the panel have their concluding remarks. So Emmanuel Yukana next, and then after that it will be Mr. Ceyhun Mamadov of Azerbaijan. So do we have Emmanuel Yukana? Okay, please.
السادة الحضور سلموا الجميع.
I'd like to greet you. I represent Azerbaijan. I would like to say that the lands of Azerbaijan has always been a place whereby all members of the community lived in peace. Azerbaijan always tries to preserve the multicultural policies. We organize quite many conferences when we talk on this very important issue. And currently in Azerbaijan, we have Christians, Jews, and we have other religions existing in cohabitation with the rest of the community. And it's quite important to say not just the religions are really living together, but then we have communities living in Azerbaijan in quite peace. And so the parliament in Azerbaijan has a role to play in fostering the various cultures, and I would like to thank Morocco for taking this initiative to convene this important. I'd like to react to what my colleague from Armenia, particularly that Azerbaijan aggressed Armenia, and this is false. These lands that were really Armenia destroyed all the mosques that it captured a long time ago, and which Azerbaijan recaptured. And we seek peace, but we see that Armenia continues on the path of war, and this is very at least Azerbaijan has not transgressed in any way Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final speaker from the floor, Mr. Mamadov of Azerbaijan.
No, we've had that speaker, so we're going.
Oh, sorry.
We're going back to this speaker.
Okay, so we have Mr. Yukana. Okay, yes, he's there, sorry. Yeah, please. Can we have the technicians help to get the microphone working over here? Could you try a microphone next to you somewhere, please?
Sorry, there isn't a roving mic. I think you have to move to a seat where there is a mic, or perhaps you want to speak in the next panel. And I literally have 1 minute and 7 panelists on top of this. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
أنا الخوري عمان اليوخنا من العراق مدير منظمة كابني.
I'm from Iraq. Today I represent the Council of Churches, and which I would like to convey the greetings of the Council of Churches of Iraq to you. And I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank Morocco for really organizing this quite important meeting, which is quite important in its content and also in its form. I would like to thank you all. When we say dialogue or interfaith dialogue, then the prerequisite for having an interfaith dialogue is that there is diversity for any dialogue to be comprehensive, there is need to focus on diversity, and there is a recognition of this diversity. And should we go against these, then this dialogue is going to be lacking, or particularly in my country, Iraq, which is known for its diversity as far as religions and cultures are concerned. And it's unfortunate that in Iraq there are components that are indigenous components, but then they have not been recognized as such. How can we have a positive interfaith dialogue without recognition and recognizing the various components of which the community of Iraq is made up of? The Al-Baha'i, and more particularly the community, is quite present, but it is not recognized as such, the Baha'i community particularly. And the other bullet point which I would like to share with you, in order for a dialogue to be constructive and positive, and then there is need to treat people on an equal footing, and particularly if we want to have a stronger dialogue, then people need to be on an equal footing, otherwise it's going to be imbalanced. In my country, Iraq particularly, while we try to have dialogue, there is, and then the components are not there, particularly, and Article 26 of the Iraqi constitution, more particularly, and then it talks about the young, anyone really who changes his religion, then children need to be groomed.
We're running against the tea and coffee break. Very briefly, there was such a rich range of contributions addressing youth, blasphemy, the blessing and the burden of diversity, the necessity to include non-believers and non-citizens. Perhaps we could incorporate it in our discussions from now on, that we're not exclusively talking about citizens, nor are we exclusively talking about the religious, but also non-believers. Literacy, the recognition and registration of religion and belief communities, and all of this within the framework of addressing the challenges and good practices in upholding the rule of law by parliamentarians. So we appreciate also the concrete recommendations. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, I can start with you, and 6 of the 7 panelists will take the floor very quickly.
Muchísimas gracias. Quería trasladar 5 ideas telegráficas después de escuchar todas las intervenciones.
Well, thanks very much indeed. It's quite an interesting debate, particularly that political people need to participate in the living together, and they need to be involved in boosting tolerance and participating in appreciation, as has been recalled by our friend Imam. And so the second idea, focusing on education and conveying the values of tolerance and understanding and building trust, living together. Education is quite important. It's quite necessary to know the other, because getting to know the other is the first stage in order to love the other. And so third important idea, our communities and societies, they need positive leadership. So we are communities that have lost referentials. We have lost the referential, and this is the reason why we need to underscore the role played by politics and politicians, but also the role played by religious leaders in forging and building a propitious environment. So this means that the political and religious dimensions need to play quite an important role in order to be recognized as such in a positive way, in order to contribute in a better way to establish the fourth bullet point, the state of law and boosting democracy. And so and we need to make sure democracy is not guaranteed, and we can backpedal on democracy. And this is the reason why we need to strengthen a democratic community without which we cannot make headway. And so the religious freedom and freedom of thinking are quite important. And one final bullet point, which are those who believe in the force of dialogue and those who believe in mutual respect in order to really mutually appreciate each other. This seems to me an indispensable path to move along. We need to unite because I remain convinced that we can fight against the intolerance and those who preach. We need to have protected communities, and this is why we need to align ourselves, particularly so that the voice of the most powerful, the voice of the coexistence, is the most heard voice. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, I have a request from every single person in this room. Passing laws can be challenging. Passing hope can be contagious. I'd like to ask everyone here to be ambassadors of hope. Spread positive examples that you see through the platforms that you have, and realize how important that can be. And each of you knows what those examples are. Create trust and appreciation through those examples, and in doing so, it will also help the challenges that you face in passing the laws with all the good intent that we hear in this room. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to comment on the first speaker that was expressing difficulty in organizing dialogue in their country. I think sometimes there is a need of depoliticization of religious dialogue. The state or the government needs to sometimes step away and let the religions themselves, just being a facilitator and not being the direct organizer or setting of the agenda. I think the trust needs to be built up from beneath and not from above in different kinds of pressures. I also think that there needs to be from different parties sense of humility and humbleness. You mentioned that it is for you, belief is a very easy thing. You can just change it, you can remove it, and so on. And I think that is maybe how you feel and experience things. I think that you should be humble and have some humility towards how others perceive their religious or their faith and conviction. And I think we could actually step away from even using the word religion. I think the word religion maybe confines us too much in our modern day. We could use other words like worldviews, like we have a word in Swedish called livsåskådning, view of life. It doesn't necessarily have to be limited to religious or traditional religious in itself. Lastly, I would say that, because they were mentioned as well, that some countries tolerate one religion, some 3, some 7 religions and similar. I think this is a part of history and tradition. However, with modern day society where it's very global, you have everything that you have in the world, you have in local communities, this is something that will change, and I think we can use each other's experiences. So if we have, for instance, Muslims interacting with Christians and Jews in the Middle East, you will have Muslims interacting with Hindus in India and Pakistan and these countries. The experiences they have could be borrowed and appreciated in the countries that have recently got Hindus, for instance. So I mean, we can borrow of each other and learn of each other's experiences and from history. And I also think that going beyond just the religious context and the setting, we have, for instance, in the Islamic tradition, very famous, the Hilf al-Fudul, which was a kind of agreement that was beyond just the Abrahamic religions or the people of scripture and similar. It was something that was even wanted to engage in when it came to Muslims and even what was defined as pagans. So you have examples in history, I think, which will be able to help us broaden the definitions and the terminology that we're maybe used to due to tradition and history. Thank you.
As we speak about religion, let it make me ample clear what I was talking about is what two of the people sitting here have in their name, the UN Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Religion or Belief, yeah? And the same with the parliamentarian groups, yeah? So, I mean, that should be a given. We don't talk about any point system in which we say whether something is a good or bad religion or whether it's religious or all on your belief. That does not matter. We are talking about the deepest inner convictions human beings have. Yeah? And because it is their most and inner and deepest conviction, we cannot tell ahead of time. This is how they have to look like, otherwise we don't accept them. We have a one-time chance sitting here, and this is my call. On the one side, we have many religious leaders here. Not all religions know each other well enough. So beside the purpose of the whole conference, let us take the chance here as Religions for Peace and all the friends we have invited to get to know each other better, with the goal to solve the problems we have discussed here. The same among the parliaments. A lot of parliaments do not know enough about how religions are handled in other countries. This is your one-time chance here, not to read in Wikipedia, but to get first-hand knowledge from other countries, how the problems are, how they are handled. And then the two groups going for more unity and wisdom can engage with each other. And let me say, for the religious leaders, it is our people, it is the followers of the religions and the beliefs who expect us to do this. They expect us to talk, to find better solutions. And to the politicians, it is your voters, it is your citizens that expect you to be in communication with religious and beliefs leaders. Yeah? If we don't do it, we leave the fight to the media or even to the street. Let us talk.
I would like first to thank you, Nazila, for facilitating this dialogue, and would like to share with you one frustration and one practical recommendation. My frustration is that since 2016, this is my 5th event I attend in Marrakesh, and all of them were on freedom of religion and belief or inclusive citizenship, and I never had the opportunity to visit this beautiful city. So the city of Marrakesh is becoming for me not just the beautiful historic city, but related to those great values. And the idea here is to thank Morocco for this leading role on this agenda and to encourage the country to continue in this role, and also to continue making from Marrakesh maybe a global capital for freedom of religion and belief and inclusive citizenship. And my practical recommendation is for the IPU and Religions for Peace and maybe other organizations who would like to join, I'm speaking on behalf also of my organization, Globe Ethics, is to continue this dialogue beyond this conference, this meeting, maybe by creating a working group where we can work together in a smaller group, gathering, identifying the good practices and working on recommendations for policymakers and religious leaders. I would be happy to contribute to this process too. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's been mentioned, but the scope of the right of freedom of religion and belief, of course, includes the right not to believe, and sometimes we just forget it. And I think that also goes when we pass, how we pass better laws, and parliamentarians need to have to be equipped, need to have the literacy and training in human rights and freedom of religion or belief in specific, to pass better laws and to identify when a law can be threatful to freedom of religion or belief. I think we all remember, and we should remember constantly, that human rights are interdependent and indivisible. So we cannot shop human rights and take one and not the other. One set of rights cannot be enjoyed fully without the other, and that is something that is very important when we address freedom of religion or belief or other human rights. And also to remember that human rights protects individuals, people. It doesn't protect a specific religion or a specific belief, and that is important in the construction of pluralism and diversity. So I just think that this conversation needs to go further. I agree with Professor Doe that we need to continue digging and deepening it. And we need to bring this discussion also into parliaments, maybe into caucuses, and I think that that worked a lot in many countries. Caucuses on freedom of religion or belief that work together, not just parliamentarians, but also with civil society and religious or faith leaders. Thank you very much.
What an excellent and thought-provoking first high-level panel we've had. I ask the forgiveness of IPU for being 15 minutes late, but they have conceded to you that the break will be extended to 4:45, but the next panel will start at 4:45 sharp, and I hope you'll be here. Please, let's have a round of applause for the excellent panelists.
great name. And what is your activity?
Just remove this.
Okay. Music. Bismillah. May I have your attention, please? We're about to start. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Peace is one of the most quintessential solidarity rights. Solidarity rights that do stress and weave between rights and duties. So promoting regional and global peace throughout intra-faith dialogue would induce, namely, the regulation of interpretation, tuning it up on the heartbeats of our communities, but also in the originality and purity of the religious texts that are transmitted and passed on among and throughout generations. But also to tune up those interpretations with contextuality and creativity, try to lift them up towards clarity and beauty and functionality in response to the big challenges, the burning issues that do face our world and our communities. And yet, staying in those interpretations rooted in the purity and originality of the religious texts. Also, this would induce as well combating extremist interpretations, because this is what has happened in many places when the words of the Lord, the words of the religious texts have been hijacked by extremists who have pretended that they are the spokesmen or ladies of the Lord and divinity. But those interpretations would be rather anchored in agenda-oriented interpretations. So intra-religious dialogue, intra-faith dialogue would help us to lay out bridges that would allow us to face and hopefully to stop the toxics and venoms of those false, astray interpretations. To address all those issues, I have the honor and pleasure to moderate such a rich panel with Her Excellency, Ms. Speaker Tulia Ackson of the National Assembly of Tanzania. She has degrees in law from the University of Dar es Salaam and a PhD from the University of Cape Town. She is an expert in social security law, labor law, wildlife management laws, trusts, and is also pervading administration of East States law, projects, financing, and mining law. I have also the honor to introduce His Excellency Senator Gareth Ahern, who was elected into the Irish Parliament, Senate, in 2020. He is Vice Chairperson of the Joint Oireachtas Committee of Enterprise, Trade and Employment. He is also Vice Chairperson of the Fine Gael Parliamentary Party, which is the governing party of the current Prime Minister, Leo Varadkar. He was previously mayor of his hometown of Clonmel in County Tipperary. I have also the honor to introduce His Excellency Mr. Haidar Al-Khoui, who is the Director of Foreign Relations of Al-Khoui Institute at Najaf. He is also a former Associate Fellow in the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House and a Fellow Forward Thinking. His research interests include Middle Eastern history, politics, and Islamic studies, and his areas of expertise are Iraq. I have also the honor to introduce Licia Matamoros, who is a Latin American youth activist for the Latin American Catholic Episcopal Council. She is from Costa Rica and studied business administration. She works with the Federation of Students of the UNED and is part of the Latin American and Caribbean Youth Ministry team of the Latin American Episcopal Council. Also, I have the utmost honor to introduce His Excellency Mr. Farooq Hamid Naik, who is a Pakistani politician and lawyer who has served as the chairman of the Senate and Minister of Law and headed the Ministry of Justice in the government led by Prime Minister Yusuf Raza Gilani. He is a high-ranking member of the Central Committee of the Pakistan People's Party and has been a personal lawyer and legal counselor in the legal cases against Benazir Bhutto and her spouse, Asif Ali Zardari, since 1996. So, in principle, it will be a round of 5 minutes for each panelist, followed by the interaction of the room. Ms. Speaker, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. In the interest of time, I stand on all the protocols that you have just observed, but also I'd like to register my delegation's appreciation to the government of Morocco for receiving us in a very good manner. That said, the questions that we are given to us to consider are 4, and because we only have 5 minutes, I will only address 2 and maybe look at the rest during the question and answer session when we will have a discussion with you as all participants. The first one was, why is dialogue within religion so important in the current global climate? It's because we all know about 84% of the global population believes in something or believes in supernatural beings. That being the case, because of the evolution, we have seen developments in so many areas, and this has caused in some of those religions to have different interpretations, even within a particular religion, which is what we are addressing here. Within a particular religion, why should there be conflicts? Because they all believe the same thing. But the thing is, with all the developments that have been taking place, people are more inquisitive, so they read these books, and then sometimes they come up with different interpretations, which they would wish the people in that same religion to understand them. And that's what the moderator was just mentioning here, that there are times when we have, as the world experienced, extremism, because there are people who interpret the same verses that we know, the same beliefs that we have and we share, but because they interpret differently. So at some point, some people would want their new interpretation to be included in this normal way that we are used to, like accepting new norms. But maybe some who will be considered as traditionalists, or they want to stand on the older definitions of religion, they would want those preserved. But the new generation might want certain things to be included. So that is definitely one of the reasons why we need intra-faith dialogue, because in the same faith, you will find people coming up with interpretations that are not necessarily acceptable to everybody. Some would accept the changes, and some may not be able to accept the changes. Now, the second question was, the second question that I'm going to address is, what good practices exist around interfaith dialogue to promote peace and inclusion? And here I'll be sharing the experience of Tanzania, where I come from. I would like to use this opportunity to recognize the effort that is being taken by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is our President of our United Republic of Tanzania. She has been working so hard to ensure that the country is secure, but also is peaceful. How are we doing that? We have interfaith committees at the national level, regional level, or in other places you might call them provincial levels and district levels. But these are meaning different religions have a forum where they can meet and discuss. And that avoids conflict, which would arise from different reasons. One of them is being when people are, they would want to kind of propagate their own religion against the other. So when they meet in these committees, they are able to discuss their differences. Now, talking about intra-faith, it's the same forums that we use. Because when you have different views in the same religion, and these people are able to sit and they listen to each other. So we have, because here it's acting about good practices. I think Tanzania offers a good example where you have these forums where people who have diverging views within the same religion, they can actually meet, discuss their differences. So I must say, the differences are there, but they're not as pronounced as they are elsewhere. Much as these religions we all share. There are differences within the Christians. Some would define the values this way and the other way. And you also have some intra-religious conflicts or differences within the Muslim community, because some would want to be more moderate and others will be considered like, you know, they are more extreme with the beliefs. So when it comes to asking this question, the answer would be, I think Tanzania has, offers some of the good examples that can be learned from to bring together these people who have different views and they can sit. And that's the whole point why we are meeting here in Morocco, to discuss Okay, that's why we are meeting here, to have this conference about interfaith, at the same time looking at intrafaith conflicts. And I'll end my intervention by bringing you just one quotation from one Sheikh Muhi ad-Din Abdullah Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Arabi, a Muslim scholar and philosopher who lived in the 12th century. He says, "Do not praise your own faith exclusively so that you disbelieve all the rest. If you do this, you will miss much good. Nay, you will miss the whole truth of the matter. God, the omniscient and the omnipresent, cannot be confined to any one creed. For he says in the Quran, wheresoever you turn, there is the face of Allah. Everybody praises what he knows. His God is his own creature, and in praising it, he praises himself, which he would not do if he were just, for his dislike is based on ignorance." Thank you so much, Mr.
What a wonderful quote by Imam Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, rahimahullah. Of course, intrafaith dialogue would be also to lay out bridges, focusing on the burning issues that do face our communities. Intrafaith dialogue definitely would assist us to build peace regionally and globally. To address more of this, it is my pleasure to hand the floor to His Excellency Senator Garrett. The floor is yours. Please.
Thank you very much. And can I thank the IPU and the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this wonderful event. The promotion of freedom of religion or belief is a priority for Ireland's human rights engagement at both the multilateral and bilateral levels, as reaffirmed in the Global Island, Ireland's Foreign Policy for a Changing World. The right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion is regarded as a fundamental freedom provided for under Article 18 of both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. Ireland strongly condemns all forms of persecution on the basis of religion or belief, irrespective of where they occur or who the victims are. Ireland constantly raises the issues of religion or belief and intolerance and advocates for inclusive societies at the United Nations, including UN Third Committee and UN Human Rights Councils, and during the Universal Periodic Review, as well as through our engagement with the European Union. During our recent term on the UN Security Council, Ireland consistently raised issues relating to freedom of religion or belief. In March 2021, during an ARA meeting on religion, belief and conflict, Ireland shared its experience from the Northern Ireland peace process and the role which religious leaders played as mediators in conflict. Ireland condemned the use of religion or belief to create a hierarchy of humanity from which Christians and other religious communities can be subject to violence or persecution. The Irish Parliament introduced a practice of inviting representatives of all religious groups into Parliament for a twice-yearly dinner followed by cross-party discussions on relative issues and how they might be approached. The Speaker of the House also met with the atheist representative group in Ireland. His personal motivation for starting this initiative was explained when he said, "Politics is not just about leading, it is also about service. And religion, in one shape or another, is about leading, and it is also about service. So we have a common interest in serving the needs of the people that we represent. It is far better that we at least understand each other if we are not, in fact, going to be working hand in glove with each other. At government level, there is a church-state structure dialogue process which was established in 2005 and forms part of the government's commitment to carry out wide-ranging and inclusive consultation on public policy. In July 2019, a plenary meeting was held with members of the government and representatives of almost 30 different churches, faith communities, and non-congressional organisations. Irish government interfaith activities are focused on the migrant integration strategy. Integration is envisaged as a process which enables migrants to Ireland to participate in Irish society without having to relinquish their own cultural identity. Ireland continues to share its own unique experience of religious conflict on the global stage, including most recently during our membership of the EU Security Council, to reflect on the important contribution that religious leaders have played in securing peace in Northern Ireland. And it's also important to recognise the contribution that both the Irish and British governments have played in that role. And in that regard, I want to just acknowledge the presence of the former Secretary of State of Northern Ireland, Karen Bradley, who's here with us today. The right to freedom of religion or belief is reaffirmed across all strands of Irish foreign policy. It forms an important hallmark of our bilateral and multilateral engagement, both at EU General Assembly and UN Human Rights Council. Ireland strongly condemns all forms of religious persecution, no matter where in the world it takes place or who the victims are. We recognise that persons belonging to a religious minority are particularly vulnerable to violence and discrimination on the basis of their religion or belief. States must ensure that religious communities can manifest their right to freedom of religion or belief and to contribute to society openly and on an equal footing. Thank you.
Thank you, for sharing this edifying best practice in Ireland. It is my pleasure now to introduce His Excellency Farouk Hamid Naik to address some of the aspects of that Horizon Interfaith Dialogue to promote regional and global peace. Floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you. Interfaith dialogue is a process of communication, understanding, and cooperation between individuals or groups representing different religious traditions or beliefs. Interfaith dialogue transcends religious boundaries, enabling participants to learn about and appreciate beliefs, practices, and values of the other faiths. It encourages individuals to explore common ground, shared values, and areas of collaboration, while also acknowledging and respecting differences that exist between different religion traditions. Importance of interfaith dialogues are manifold. 1, promoting understanding. 2, building relationship. 3, addressing misconception. 4, promoting peace and reconciliation. 5, collaboration and social action. In today's interconnected, borderless world, interfaith dialogue has assumed new dimensions. Increasingly, ethnic and religious variables not define conflict and relations between nations, as religious groups exist beyond confines of frontiers. Interfaith dialogue has surfaced as an emblem of peace, becoming a voice for peaceful relationship among different religions in the world, embroiled in wars, conflict, and religious intolerance. This is important as today, Kashmir issue with Indians, Israeli issue with Palestinians, the Koreans, the issue of Rohingyas with the Myanmar, Kosovo's Muslims issue with the Serbian Christians, and Muslims, Christians, and Hindus issue in India. All religions have 3 fundamental things in common. They share a common source, have a relation to a transcendence, and a common responsibility for justice and peace. This then presents an opportunity to employ interfaith dialogue as a vehicle for regional and global peace. What is most interesting is that these qualities of religion make interfaith dialogue a means to resolve even those conflicts which are not based on religion or faith. It can be used as a means of reconciliation between warring parties, even when religion is not at the heart of conflict. As we have seen in the past, interfaith dialogue has been a means for conflict resolution and peace building in 20th and 21st centuries. It helped resolve U.S. civil rights movement and reconciliation efforts at the end of the apartheid in South Africa. Lesser-known efforts include intervention of an imam and pastor in Yalwa, Shandam, Nigeria, and use of interfaith dialogue in supporting end of conflict in Sierra Leone via Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone. Given realities of the present day, interfaith dialogue can no longer be confined to discussions about peace and understanding. Dialogue must be action-oriented and confront realities of hate, discrimination, and violence in society. This sense of shared common concern to address humanitarian issues will cause dialogue to go beyond conversations and transform into action to promote peace and inclusiveness. In my view, three specific core responsibilities of the religious leaders and parliamentarians in this regard are: one, religious leaders should refrain from using messages of intolerance or expressions which may incite discrimination, hostility, and violence. Two, religious leaders and parliamentarians must speak against intolerance, discriminatory stereotyping, and instances of hate speech. Three, religious leaders and parliamentarians should be clear that violence can never be tolerated as a response to incitement to hatred. And lastly, parliamentarians must ensure in passing of laws against hate speech, incitement to violence, and actions against democratic norms. Faith actors today, like any other human rights defenders, are the custodians of shared values for all religions and beliefs, be they theistic, non-theistic, atheistic, or other. Hence, religious actors, in collaboration with parliamentarians, must optimize this custodianship through concrete social engagement and laws aimed at building peaceful, inclusive, and just societies. This lies at the heart of the role and is not a deviation therefrom. There has been a disturbing increase in hate speech, anti-religious sentiments, and incitement in recent years. Religious leaders and parliamentarians can play a particularly influential role as they have potential to influence behavior of those who follow them and share their beliefs. Given that religion has been misused to justify incitement to violence, it is vital that religious leaders from all faiths show leadership in this matter, and collaboration of parliamentarians as chosen representatives of people is of utmost importance, especially in legislation and creating awareness of cooperation amongst different sects and faith living in one country or living globally and meeting each other. Lastly, I would say that cooperation between parliamentarians and religious actors can serve not only to act as a system of checks and balances, but also allow for policy making, legislation, and oversight that can curb violence and incitement as well as violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for putting in exergue the functionality of intrafaith and interfaith dialogue to ground peace, and this at the regional as in the global levels. Thank you also for your practical propositions, and I would ask you if you can deliver them in written, because we would definitely make a great use of them. All right? Do I have your word? Excellency. Never mind. It is my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Haider Al-Khou'i, Sayyid Haider Al-Khou'i, and allow me to challenge you. We are sitting on this table. You are a Shia, and I'm a Sunni. And I think that this is the best way to portray intra-faith dialogue. In your opinion, Sayyidi, what is the matter or several matters to focus on to elevate peace regionally and globally through a functional approach for this intra-faith dialogue?
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Aziz. I'd like to begin I'd like to begin by congratulating the Interparliamentary Union for having the vision to organize their first Interfaith Dialogue Conference in over 130 years since it was established. And of course, thanks also to the Moroccan Parliament for co-organizing this forum. I think this is in itself, as you mentioned, something positive in our conflict-ridden world that we must continue to build on. So this forum in itself, I think, reflects a growing recognition around the world that religion was, is, and will continue to be a major force in not just the day-to-day lives of billions of people around the world, but unfortunately also in many of the conflicts that have ravaged our countries, communities, and families. If we recognize that religion is part of the problem in our world, then we must also understand the importance of interfaith and intrafaith dialogue in making religion a part of the solution to our common challenges. Religious and sectarian identities are too often manipulated and abused by both politicians and religious leaders for very short-sighted, either domestic or foreign agendas. But by the same token, those identities can be used as forces for good to promote diversity, inclusivity, cohesion, and the welfare of the most vulnerable in our communities. So religion is not something we can ignore or wish away or brush under the carpet. And this is why interfaith dialogue particularly, especially between Shias and Sunni Muslims, is even more challenging than interfaith dialogue between Muslims and Christians or other faiths. I think we need to recognize that sectarianism in Islam is as old as Islam itself. And we need to do much more, both Shi'is and Sunnis, to revisit, reinterpret, and reevaluate our histories, our traditions, and our scriptures to make it that much harder for extremists on both sides to hijack the beautiful religion of Islam. In Iraq, we began our Shi'i-Sunni interfaith dialogue, of course, in the context of US-led regime change in 2003 that turned the tables on a power dynamic and minority rule that had existed for hundreds of years. And this was immediately followed by a very brutal and very bloody civil war that tore at the fabric of Iraqi society. Nonetheless, we felt it was important to reach out, to talk to one another, to better understand each other's fears, hopes, and legitimate grievances. And to say that the first meeting we had was tense is an understatement. We took a group of senior Shia scholars from Najaf, the heartland of Shia Islam. We took them to the Imam Abu Hanifa Mosque in Baghdad, one of the major Sunni mosques in Iraq, to meet with senior Sunni religious scholars. And from the beginning, this interfaith meeting began with tit-for-tat recriminations of the other. One side blamed the Shia for everything that went wrong after 2003, and the other side blamed the Sunnis for everything that went wrong before 2003. So it was a hostile and challenging meeting, but I think it was necessary for both sides to feel safe enough to speak openly with each other, away from the media spotlight and away from the polite formalities that usually define such interfaith and interfaith gatherings, to put everything on the table to be addressed in further visits. And we are actually very proud to note today that what started as an angry meeting between strangers blossomed into friendships, fruitful dialogue, and partnerships. And of course, it took many years to reach this stage, but we recently all came together to publish a book titled Religions and Sects of Iraq, which is an edited volume that gives a brief introduction of the major sects and religions recognized in the Iraqi constitution. And what's unique about this book is that each chapter is written by the representatives and religious establishments of those respective sects and religions. Minority communities, and even the Shia majority in Iraq, have long complained about the discriminatory, stereotypical, and violent consequences when only one side gets to have a monopoly to define who the others are. I'd like to conclude by two practical initiatives the Al-Khoy Institute is working on in Iraq alongside our partners. The first is reforming the education system and turning religious studies, which is only by name religious studies. It's actually just Islam, and it's one version of Islam, and it's exclusionary not just to other Muslims, but of course to other non-Muslims. And it creates an othering. Every class where Islam is taught, the non-Muslims walk out of the classroom. We don't want to remove religion altogether from the schools, but we want to change, instead of teaching just Islam and just one version of Islam, we want to focus on the universal values that are found across the sects and religions in Iraq. And this will end the othering of each other and create better understanding amongst our children. And we also have to recognize most Iraqis, myself included, is ignorance of the other and of the other, particularly the minority communities. And it was only ISIS and the genocide and the brutality of ISIS that actually made a lot of Iraqis wake up to realize that we are all in the same boat and we're all suffering from the same extremism. The second, and I'll finish with this, and this is slightly harder and it involves legislation, is to criminalize sectarianism. To my knowledge, the Sultanate of Oman is the only country in the Middle East and North Africa which explicitly criminalizes sectarianism and sectarian hatreds. Of course, across the region, we have already legislation in place, against hate speech and extremism, but Oman is the only country which specifically legislates and makes sectarianism illegal. And of course, this is something that needs a wide-scale legislative effort, and I think here the Interparliamentary Union is perfectly placed to lead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for living up to the challenge. Thank you for raising the fact that it is not about scholastic, knowledgeable, and canonic approaches, putting in exerg differences, but rather extracting and sharing functional, propositional forces of our respective convictions. And I thank you for sharing those two magic words, partnership and charter. This is practical, this is functional, and definitely such an approach to the intra-faith dialogue would lift up some good practices that would raise hope in our community. Thank you once again. It is my utmost pleasure now to hand the floor to Ms. Licha to listen from the youth, to listen to the concerns of our youth throughout the world in relation to that regard of interfaith dialogue, to raise, to lift up towards practicality and functionality, and also to allow a better living together and doing together. Licha, the floor is yours. Please.
Muy buenas tardes, es un gusto y una alegría estar con ustedes. Agradezco muchísimo la invitación y esta oportunidad. Como ya decían en la presentación, vengo de Costa Rica, de América Latina.
Well, thanks very much indeed. I come from Costa Rica, Latin America, from quite many Latin American states, particularly are seeking to develop friendship ties, and so they are marked by quite a lot of diversity and quite a lot of wealth. Within this diversity, the presence of quite many communities that are rich, particularly when this diversity has not been, when the returns have not been increased, then this leads to problems, particularly, and so on. And there is here a quite important responsibility to be assumed and carried out by religious leaders so that they can work towards promoting this diversity and increasing the returns accruing from the diversity. And so, particularly where we need, people need to work together and not particularly reinforcing division within the community. And so we need to think, we need to work together. And I think all the regions provide us with quite important lessons, highlighting the importance of solidarity, peace, prevailing in these corners, how to build a better world, how to really fight against injustice. And I think our communities, our religious communities need to work together hand in hand, hand in glove, as was said, because we are part and parcel of the population, the grassroots population. So we know our territory better than anyone else. We know our needs better than anyone else, and starting from on the basis of our relevant experience and starting from our creed and belief, we can really create pathways in order to achieve the goals. There are good examples from Latin America to be emulated, quite beautiful initiatives that were born under a context marked by religion within the same community or within the same creed, and particularly in the case of projects, to promote the environment, enhance the protection of the environment, and provide healthcare to the community of youth. It's quite important that we speak about things as they are, a reality check, so to speak. So in our capacity as believers, it's quite necessary also to leave the preconceived ideas, and this is what separates us: preconceived ideas, and particularly, so we need to build bridges. Communication bridges are important here. It's quite important when we want to see the people and hear their voices. We need to hear more voices. This is what is quite important, to work together and work hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Licha, for this operational and functional intervention that has raised the disasters caused by the lack of an absence of diversity. Thank you for raising the fact that knowing one's territory better than anyone else allows us to act better than anyone else. And thank you also for focusing on the burning issues such as environment, well-being, and bridges to listen to each other, to discern the problematics of our communities, and to address them in efficiency and in beauty and in clarity. Thank you for all this. I would like to hand the floor for 1 minute each to our panelists to indicate from their perspective the importance of the inclusion of academia and the inclusion of intellectual and epistemic cogitations in bettering this intra-faith dialogue, and also to open up, and this is one opportunity, because we have parliamentaries as long as religious leaders. Those are additional bridges. How would you consider to bring back those matters home? So let's start by you, Licha, and all around.
Bueno, me parece que cuando hablamos de solucionar los problemas que nos afectan a todos, es importante que podamos involucrar a todos, especialmente aquellos que ya pueden tener una idea de por dónde debemos caminar, y que abramos espacios para escucharnos realmente y interiorizar esas explicaciones, esas sugerencias que pueden darnos, y juntos construir mejores caminos.
Thank you, thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Naik.
Yes. See, as far as this issue is concerned, this is universal, that freedom of expression as well as freedom of religion or belief are both universal human rights and cornerstone of pluralist, diverse, and inclusive societies. So in order to embattle whatever is going on in the world today, with the discrimination which is based on religion and belief, this can be an indicator of the risk of atrocity of crimes, genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And this is all, if is included in the academia, as you have suggested, it would go a long way in creating a society which is not only inclusive, but also tolerant and be cooperative towards the beliefs of other. And do not take an other person as a low person, as a other religion, as a low religion, or as another sect as a low religion, but an equality will be created which will transform himself into a peaceful society. And globally, it would lead to a situation where one person, whether living in Europe or living in Asia, would have an interconnection with each other and leading to happiness and a blissful society.
Thank you. Mr. Al-Khoui.
Academic participation is key, and we actually, when we take delegations of scholars, let's say from Najaf to Ramadi or Mosul or Tikrit, we deliberately include professors and academics alongside the religious leaders, because often the secular academics and religious leaders in all countries in our region don't get along with each other. So although the label is Interfaith Dialogue, we actually have really interesting discussions between the academics and religious leaders, which itself promotes cohesion and better understanding. And I think on this point, which is crucial, religious establishments and leaders should work alongside secular institutions and academic institutions to emphasize the concept of citizenship, because all Iraqis, whether you're a Shi'i in Najaf, a Sunni in Mosul, or a Kurd in Erbil, we all suffer from the same chronic problems, which is corruption, lack of services, and poor security. So yes, I think it's crucial, but we need to do much more to work together.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Khoui. Mr. Ahern?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting question, because in Ireland, education and academia would have played a key role in peace in Northern Ireland. So for most people living in Northern Ireland before the peace process, it would be very common for people on either side, nationalists or loyalists, to go through their whole life of education up to college without having any interaction with the other community. And it wasn't until the peace process that that's changed. So the role that colleges in particular play now in Northern Ireland in connection with colleges in the Republic of Ireland and in the UK in creating a bond between those communities, it's played a key role over the last 25 years.
Thank you. Ms. Speaker?
Well, I think I agree with the rest of the panelists that it's important to involve the academia in these issues because they are part of the society. But I think we have to be more cautious because you also have academics who are believers and some of them are non-believers. So you might find that some of them, their researchers are actually very good in solving the conflicts between different sects of the same religion, depending on which sect they come from. So they might also come up with researchers that support their theories. And in that case, then you will find that the academia is participating in polarizing the society than bringing them together. So I think generally it's important to involve them, but one would have to be careful of what exactly do they want from the academia, because the academia is equally, it's not a homogeneous society. There are some believers and there are some who are not. And so their researches also depends on what it is that they want to achieve. So one would have to be careful, but I agree that it's important to involve them as part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is why functional and clear criteria to involve academia in such a dynamic, which is intra-faith dialogue, to promote peace regionally and globally. Thank you very much. We have over 22 demands of intervention by our dear participants. So I'll hand now the floor to you to govern and to moderate the interventions of the room. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abadi. The first three interventions will be, number one, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Bahrain, Speaker Al-Musallam, followed by President of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso, Ousmane Bougama, followed by Ms. Khadousi Selassie of the Moroccan Parliament. The floor is yours, Speaker Al-Musallam.
Thank you, Sarah.
أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام إن تعزيز السلام الإقليمي والعالمي
Consolidating peace is quite an important topic, and particularly it's quite sensitive, particularly investing in the concept of peace, particularly really via interfaith dialogue is quite important and will be quite an important element and will contribute to establish peace and develop and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Bahrain, under the leadership of His Majesty the King Mohammed bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain, really with the support of His Royal Highness Al Khalifa, the heir to the throne and minister, really they made quite a lot of efforts in spreading peace and also consolidating prosperity through the adoption of all the initiatives that really seek to strengthen and reinforce dialogue, interfaith dialogue, and also international organizations and have been contributing quite importantly. And so last November, the Kingdom of Bahrain organized a forum, particularly in coincidence with the visit paid for the first time by the Pope to Bahrain, and particularly also which saw also the presence of Al-Azhar Sharif. There are quite a number of initiatives that have been made in order to establish peace and consolidate peace. Quite a number of initiatives have been made in order to foster the dialogue between Islam and Christianity. And Bahrain has been also quite really active in boosting the dialogue and coexistence, particularly in Los Angeles in 2017. And so there is also the setting up of the Al Khalifa Foundation for establishing peace and consolidating peace. There is a seat that has been set up, more particularly. The Kingdom of Bahrain, in collaboration with the University of Harvard and with University of Oxford, has convened a number of fora, particularly for boosting tolerance and peace. We are facing and shouldering historic responsibilities and through interfaith dialogue in order to consolidate tolerance, particularly, and this is the only way conducive to establish prosperity and peace all throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you, and can I just remind the room we have very limited time, so please keep your interventions to 2 minutes. I'd like now to call the President of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso, Ousmane Bougama.
Well, thanks very much indeed, dear facilitator, for giving me the floor. It's with a joy and a deep feeling of hope that I take the floor to talk about this theme, how ways and means how to promote regional and global peace through interfaith dialogue as a vehicle. Burkina Faso, ladies and gentlemen, is crossing a very difficult period. Since 2016, marked by a conflict, and that our enemies have initiated and imposed on us. And we are well placed in order to develop understanding and promoting dialogue in between the confessions. And quite numerous countries were torn. These conflicts were really were motivated by stereotypes and also by quite many. There is need for more harmonious coexistence, and interfaith dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, needs not be conceived as a threat to our own creed or faith, but also as an opportunity to grab, particularly to enrich our understanding, mutual understanding. And this is what we have seen in Burkina Faso, and it's how it is customary in our country to organize celebrations and invite priests and imams during the Ramadan, and particularly during the prayer of Ramadan and the Tabaski, the Feast of the Lamb. It's within the same vein of ideas that the imams meet with their Christian counterparts to celebrate the Christmas and Pâques. To conclude, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and he, then Jesus, the son of Nazareth, and plus could really our ancestors help us move along the lines whereby we consolidate peace and prosperity of the world. Thank you.
I'd now like to give the floor to Ms. Khadousi Salassi from the Parliament of Morocco.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Madam the Facilitator. I would like to stop a moment, particularly on two concepts. The interpretation concept, then particularly interpretation is quite an important way to bring closer the meaning, particularly with regard to the reality on the ground. Particularly, we need to focus on the condition sine qua non on how ways and means how to preserve the text. The concept to deal is dialogue. From my perspective, from my vision, then dialogue means then accepting the difference and engaging in dialogue between the faiths is quite an important element, particularly in order to put an end to differences holding, and also engaging in dialogue between the politician and the religious leaders so that they can come to a common platform whereby we can move forward, particularly. So dialogue is quite important because we recognize through dialogue, we recognize our differences. And so quite many of our philosophers have been able to convey these ideas, particularly when engaging in dialogue, you recognize your mistakes and you enhance the things you consider are appropriate. And so we need to really enlarge the scope of dialogue. Thank you. Well, thanks very much indeed for illuminating the path ahead from an approach perspective. Gentleman is saying another round.
Three speakers are going to be Ambassador Andrea Benzo, Special Envoy for the Protection of Religious Freedom and for Interfaith Dialogue Italy, followed by Ms. Haida Nurdin Sidi, Deputy Speaker of the Assembly of the Union of Comoros, followed by Mr. Dan Luz, Member of the Knesset for Israel. Ambassador Benzo, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Interfaith dialogue is primarily a means to promote mutual understanding and knowledge among people with different religious or belief affiliations. This is how we should look at interfaith dialogue in the first place, rather than a mere outreach activity. If we consider that negative stereotyping, scapegoating, and hate speech are drivers of religious discrimination and even persecution, then we can fully realize the importance of knowledge as a tool to promote reform by countering these dangerous phenomena. Parliaments, governments, and international organizations should direct their convening power towards religious actors precisely to this aim. Interfaith and intrafaith dialogue and cooperation are a universal pattern that can be applied to any field, from environment protection to education, from poverty eradication to women and youth empowerment, and contrary to conventional wisdom, mainly to non-religious issues. In Italy, we are committed to strengthen our interaction with religious or belief actors with a view to sharing good practices and seizing opportunities for cooperation both across faiths and within faiths. We engage with them regularly, both at home and abroad, on a wide array of issues of common interest. In light of its cultural and historical legacy, Italy has always recognized the role of religious actors not only in the spiritual domain, but also in the broader social context. Along with our international partners, we are willing to foster new forms of partnership between secular and religious actors with the aim to advance a positive agenda. We believe that the promotion of an open dialogue between governments and religious communities on an equal footing and based on mutual respect and autonomy is an essential step in the pursuit of stability and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Ms. Haida Nordin, City of Comoros, please.
Madam, the facilitator, would like to thank you immensely for giving me the floor. Before anything, I'd like to testify and share with you my relevant experience and personal experience. Of course, I will begin by thanking His Majesty the King of Morocco, for the appropriate organization, particularly for the warm welcome extended to the community of conveners on all delegations. Indeed, my experience is an individual experience. Before leaving my country to carry out studies, higher studies outside, I ignored, I didn't know how to live with other religious communities, and this is the reason why I'd like to laud this platform, because it's quite important from my perspective that everybody learns something, to get to know the other religions, existing religions, so that we develop understanding and develop a joint vision. As I said, before going to the university, I knew nothing about other religions, but I carried out my studies in a country whereby with a Christian dominance, and this is how I was able to learn to be informed, or I learned what was taking place with the Christians. I've learned to live with them, and this is how I was able to understand that all religions were important. One goal was to pursue it, is to adore, worship God. All religions really aim at worshiping God. This is how I learned how to really respect the other religions. This is quite an important and fundamental element for promoting peace. In our country, Comoros, thank you. I would like to share with you, in Comoros, we have up to 90% of Muslim population. However, we have indifferences we have indifferences vis-à-vis religious sects. We ourselves, we have quite a number of religious sects, as was stated by quite many speakers here. And indeed, there is an emergency to learn to live together with any sect, with any religious sect, living together. We are suffering from this problem, but I would like to conclude here, there is no law really that discriminates against religion, but we live with the Christian communities, and of course, and we live also with the community minorities, but this does not preclude that we are living together. There is no discrimination, and so education is at the basis of everything. And so there was a speaker who highlighted the importance of basic education, how we can really convey this to the young generation so that they get to know about other religions. And I'd like to conclude, thanks to my experience, I was able to respect all religions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Daneluz from the Knesset of Israel. And ladies and gentlemen, please could you keep to the 2-minute time frame? Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, shalom, salam, and peace to all. Today, I stand before you as an Israeli, a Jew, and a child of Abraham. I also stand before you as the chairman of the Abraham Accords Caucus in the Israeli Knesset. We are meeting in Marrakesh within a Morocco that embraced the Abraham Accords. This is a powerful testament to our shared commitment to peace. The Abraham Accords demonstrate that peace can bloom in even the most arid soils. And this is not just any peace. It's a peace that unites us and carries the promise of prosperity. Israel, my beloved homeland, is at the heart of this extraordinary transformation. We reach out to others in friendship, weaving a vibrant tapestry of shared prosperity, trade, cultural exchange, and human connection. Our newfound peace goes beyond the material benefits we reap from it. It is anchored in shared values and mutual respect for our differences. As a proud Israeli, I stand before you today in Morocco, a proud Arab country, as living evidence of the peace that we can achieve when we focus on our common bonds. As we look to the future, let us not just tolerate, but rather cherish our unique national identities while also acknowledging the heritage that unites us. From the historic city of Marrakesh, I invite nations from across the world to embrace the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Let us spread the message of peace and unity far and wide, extending the invitation to more nations to join us. Every person in this room has the power to influence their government, to guide them towards the path of peace. I urge you to call on them to be on the right side of history. Our door in Israel remains open for peace as we hope more countries join the Abraham Accords. The peace we sow today will be the world our children inherit. Let us give them a world of understanding, prosperity, and harmony. Thank you. Shalom, salam, and peace to all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Representative.
The next 3 speakers will be Mr. Chinbhai Pandya of the South Asian Institute of Peace and Reconciliation in India, Ms. Elinar Varadanyan, a member of the National Assembly of Armenia, and then His Eminence, the Metropolitan Emmanuel, the Elder of Chalcedon, a member of the Board of Directors of Kaisid. Dr. Chinbhai Pandya, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Good afternoon to everyone, and my respectful pranams from India. I haven't written any statement, so I'm going to speak from my heart. I'm scheduled to speak tomorrow, so I was contemplating whether I should speak today or I shouldn't. But then I decided to bring 2 important issues for the attention of the House. I'm trained as a psychiatrist, so I would like to bring an important element of the consciousness into the discussion, because I believe that everything that I have been hearing from this morning till now, they all are resulting as a calamity of the consciousness. And the reason I use the word consciousness is because, all the problems that we talked about, their solutions are there and everyone is aware of them. But when we try to find the solutions, we tend to focus too much on the external measures, changing the law, changing the regulation, changing the acts, changing the statutes. They are important. I'm not denying their importance, but they cannot solely bring a change unless there is a change in the way we think and address these issues. Because these are the crises of the human conscience, which allow, people to continue living their lives with comfort and luxury when society is collapsing, humanity is suffering, and they demand a fundamental change in the way we think and address these issues. And we were hearing about the peaceful coexistence earlier. There is a beautiful example that I would like to bring from India. It's a word called sahacharya. And it comes from a 5,400 years old saying from Mahopanishad. It says, Ayam nijah paroviti ganana laguchetasam udara charitanam tu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. This is mine, that is yours. That kind of concept belongs to the people who have got narrow mind. For those who have risen above it, vasudhaiva kutumbakam, the whole world is one single family. And with that note, I also take this opportunity to invite every single one who is sitting here to come to India. They have got another family, another home in India. And the organization that I represent is called Gayatri Parivar. Parivar means family. We have 110 million members and 5,000 centers. So I believe all of you would get an opportunity to come to your home in India. We would be happy to welcome all of you.
Invitation accepted. Please prepare shelter and food.
Now I'd like to call to the floor Ms. Elena Vardanian of Armenia. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, when we discuss inter- and intra-faith dialogue and their significance in promoting regional and global peace, it's crucial to provide a proper assessment of actions taken against religious artifacts which hold immense importance within various faiths. Regrettably, following the 44-day war and ceasefire on November 9, 2020, approximately 161 Armenian churches and 591 religious artifacts, including numerous unique Armenian cross-stones, came under Azerbaijan's control in the territory of Republic of Artsakh. These churches, cathedrals, and monasteries are doomed to suffer the fate of anything or anyone else of Armenian origin that has ever fallen under the control of Azerbaijan. The ultimate aim of Azerbaijan's state policy seems to be the destruction and annihilation of the Armenian historical cultural heritage present in the occupied territories of Artsakh Republic. At the state level, there have been declarations that these places' religious worship are not of Armenian origin, and some have been outright demolished, while others have suffered disfigurement under the pretext of rehabilitation works. In March 2021, the Church Holy Mother of God in Mekhakavan, which is now under Azerbaijani control, was completely destroyed. The Holy Saviour Cathedral in Shushi has been disfigured. In October 2022, the Surp Sarkis Church, situated in the occupied Hadrut region, was tragically destroyed by Azerbaijan. The instances of vandalism and destruction targeting Armenian historical and religious heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh by Azerbaijani authorities, along with the deliberate and unlawful appropriation of historical memory at the state level, persist continuously. In this regard, if we want to work together for a future in which religion, religious heritage, and beliefs are respected and safeguarded by progressive humanity, we firmly believe that the international community should demand cases of destruction and distortion of religious artifacts. Moreover, we emphasize the utmost importance of international delegations visiting the territories of Artsakh Republic, which have fallen under Azerbaijan's control following the war. Such visits would facilitate fact-finding missions aimed at assessing the present condition of Armenian religious and cultural heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and this is why dialogue is most and much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just another kind reminder, please, could we keep our interventions to the 2 minutes? Otherwise, we will be here for a long time today. And now I'd like to call on His Eminence Metropolitan Emmanuel to speak.
So, Metropolitan Emmanuel, are you in the room? Okay, so pass on.
Okay, the next speaker I have is Mr. Marias Garoyan, member of the House of Representatives of Cyprus. You have the floor.
You in the room? No. So I would give then the floor to the panelists to interact with what they've heard. 1 minute each. So start from right to left.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I first of all just thank a good friend and representative from India for the invitation to his country. He might be aware that our Prime Minister in Ireland has Indian heritage, and it's really developed and increased the relationship between both countries. So to thank you for that. I think in most contributions, what we see is a belief in further dialogue and what that can do in terms of creating common ground. In Ireland, the only way that we could create peace in Ireland was through dialogue, through interfaith dialogue and political dialogue. And that's what created peace in Northern Ireland, and most importantly, that's actually what's maintained it going forward. It was only last April that we celebrated 25 years of peace on the island of Ireland. And it's through that type of dialogue, I think, is an example to other countries of how to achieve that.
Speaker, do you have any comment?
There was an important issue that was raised about how we should broaden the dialogue and enlarge the scope. I think that's very important, but maybe we link it with what our colleague, I think from Comoro, was talking about learning about other religions. Now I was trying to think maybe that will be addressing the interfaith conflicts. Now, if you talk about intrafaith, I don't know how we can use education within the same faith and then see how they are going to respond to that. So I thought it's maybe one of the issues that we should continue to explore, using education to kind of emancipate people from their beliefs that are bringing conflict within a particular sect. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Creo que hemos coincidido en la sala en varias cosas en cuanto a la convivencia entre los pueblos.
We are in agreement with what has been said. There is need, conservation and preservation of our heritage. We need to ensure the future of our children. When we talk about change, it's quite important that we add to another player. Another player needs to be invited to the dialogue-based table. It's participation. As a young representative, really, I need to underscore the participation of the youth, taking into consideration their vision, their relevant experience, and not only involving them as player of the future, but also they need to be provided with the opportunity to engage in decision making, and so we need not forget the role played by the youth, and so. The Pope was talking about the changes occurring in Latin American countries, and if we don't want to create a vacuum, it's quite necessary to look at the poor, the community of the women and the young. These trilateral dimension we need to focus more on the youth in order to have better solutions for the future.
Mike, do you have a comment?
Thank you. What I could gather after listening to the speakers in this hall is that they all believe in peace and peace through dialogue and interfaith and intrafaith harmony, which can avoid world conflicts, war and miseries. Today the world is full of conflicts. There are war-torn areas. There are children who have been orphaned. There are women who have been widowed. There are fathers who have lost their children. There are mothers who have lost their children. And there are sisters who have lost their brothers, and the brothers who have lost their sisters. What can we do about it? I think we should sit down and think about it in a very, very deep manner. Like there's a deep state as far as the intelligence is concerned. I think we as parliamentarians, we as religious leaders have got to sit down and take out an action. All the world bodies have failed today to bring peace in this world. And I believe, and I think so, I may be wrong in it, that in order to achieve a peace and harmony in the world, the religious leaders have got to take first step in this matter. They are the one who will change the destiny of the nations. They are the one who will change the thoughts of the people living in various parts of the world. And if they can combine, if some organization is created, having religious leaders of all faiths, maybe they are Buddhists, they are Christians, they are Buddhists, they are Jewish, they are Muslims, all faiths, and sit with the representatives of the government heads and the representative of the parliament and come to an understanding that religion should not be the cause of any war in the future. I think the world would be a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for merging reality and hope in those words of wisdom. Now I suggest that we take another round of interventions before giving the floor once again to the panelists to interact.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers are going to be Mr. Bishoy Fakhri, patron of St. Anthony's Cathedral for Coptic Orthodox Church, followed by Ms. Miriam Bon Klanjik, member of the National Assembly for Slovenia, followed by Mr. Mohamed Hossein El-Zoghbi, president of the Muslim Associations of Brazil, FAMBRAS. Bishoy Fakhri, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, I would like to thank the panel, and before I would like to thank the State of Morocco for this embracing of the huge numbers of cultures and nationalities all over the world. And actually, I have a small comment before. Putting the laws and regulations is very good, and actually the prominence of all the cultural rules and spirits is very good as well. But we need for all the religious leaders for the internal change rather than the external change of treatment, because putting people in harmony together, this is a spirit, and the spirit cannot be obliged to. It's just something from internal to outside. So the best thing is to have the education programs settled in every country and a mandatory subject of coexistence in each country. This is very important thing. And whatever is the religion or the culture, we need this curricula. We need integrated, graduated system for education. And this is my only comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'd now like to call Ms. Miriam Bon-Klanjek, member of the National Assembly of Slovenia. Thank you. You have the floor.
Are you in the room?
If your microphone's not working, maybe move to the one next to you. It works?
It's okay? Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a harmonious relationship between the state and religious communities, it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a harmonious relationship between the state and the religious communities is indeed one of the goals of any democratic country. It can easily be regarded as a long-term investment into enhanced relations within society and peaceful coexistence among citizens. Religious freedom is thus a fundamental human right enshrined not only in the Slovenian constitution, but also in various international human rights treaties and declarations to which Slovenia is a party. The primary mission of religious communities is to promote spirituality and uphold human dignity in both private and public spheres, striving for meaningful existence within the realm of faith. Slovenia presently has 59 officially registered churches and religious communities. The country recognizes the significance of interfaith dialogue as a means to foster unity by putting respect and understanding of diverse perspectives at the forefront, strengthen social cohesion, and promote inclusivity. So, various governmental working bodies have been established to provide an additional institution forms of dialogue between the government and the religious communities. Nestled in the heart of Europe, Slovenia also lies at the crossroads between the Slavic, Germanic, and Romance cultures, where conflict prevention and fostering mutual understanding and respect are of the utmost importance. This has become even more relevant with the war in Ukraine, a tragedy both for Ukraine and Europe as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Hussein El-Zohri, of the President of Muslim Associations of Brazil, FAMBRAS. You have the floor. We have Mr. El-Zohri in the room. The next three speakers are going to be, firstly, Ms. Karen Bradley, Member of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, followed by Mr. Alfonso Santiago, Director of the School of Politics, Government and International Relations in Argentina, followed by Mr. Sayed Mahmoud Nabavian, Member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran. Karen Bradley, you have the floor, please.
It is an honour to be at this first Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue. The IPU shows once again its global leadership in holding this event by recognising that we won't find solutions to global problems unless we accept that no one person, political philosophy, nation, region or faith has the answers. The IPU facilitates parliamentarians to listen to and learn from each other. We see that the issues faced by those we represent are not unique, and they look to us, their political leaders, for solutions. But we are not the only people they look to. They look to their religious leaders to find explanations and give them the strength to face those problems. As the concept note for the general debate says, religion and belief are infused into the fabric of all societies. So as parliamentarians, we must work with faith leaders to reach those in need. In my constituency, it is the faith groups that find a roof for the homeless, that feed those in crisis, and that look after the refugees we welcome, in particular those displaced Ukrainians who are not safe at home. It is far too easy for leaders to preach the politics of division. Spreading fear and reinforcing stereotypes is popular. Telling people what they want to hear is easy and may well get you elected, but that is not leadership. I want to reinforce the points made by Senator Ahern about the Northern Ireland peace process and thank him for his kind words. Interfaith dialogue was an essential part of the political process. It was faith groups that pushed the political leaders to do the right thing. They gave the politicians the cover they needed to make the compromises required. So we must be united in our shared endeavour to solve the problems we all face. If we all look in the same direction, it is easier to call out those that would prefer division and conflict. And that way, we will find the solutions we all desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
I now give the floor to Mr. Alfonso Santiago of Argentina. Dr. Santiago.
We can't. I'd like to congratulate the conveners of this assembly for this important meeting so that the political leaders and religious leaders can get together and exchange in most beautiful city of Marrakesh, and particularly, which is a testimony of the possibility of engaging in a coexistence, particularly of the people from different creeds. From a historical point, this is an unprecedented fact that we have here the various representatives of various creeds, so that we can wage a collective reflection to a joint coexistence. And I want to make two small-scale comments, taken into consideration the Abu Dhabi Declaration on Peace and Coexistence, particularly signed by Pope Francois and the Emir of. This is quite an important document that will help us in the building of this coexistence between the academic world, political world, and the religious world. Particularly, this dates back to 2019, can be an excellent point of departure. And also, I'd like to put forth a following point. There need to be a declaration or a convention on interfaith dialogue, particularly. And so the UPI, and we can draft a document, a specific document that can really identify and determine all the progress that have been made, and also equally look at, on the basis of this document, we have a referential to continue to move forward together. Tomorrow, I'll take part in one of the panel, so I keep the rest of my intervention for tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah.
I now call to the floor Mr. Sayed Mahmoud Nababian, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran.
آقای نبویان خواهیم بود برای سخنرانی ایشون. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, the current world full of chaos, the efforts and assistance of religious leaders more than ever before to achieve peace and security of religious ethics and spirituality. Different religions can solve different needs to achieve sustainable world peace through effective dialogue due to different commonalities. according to the followers of divine religions, following the teachings of these religions provides freedom, happiness, the real rights of human beings, and a peaceful life together with each other. Self-made religion to create divine paths will not result in a destruction of humanity's happiness, and it is clear that only the creator of humans can present a set of teachings to guide humanity in the name of religion. The First and Second World Wars, with the killings of millions of people, the occupation of different countries by arrogant countries, and the widespread murder and crime in those countries, the creation and equipping of terrorist groups, the occupation, the displacement of a nation, and the creation of another fake nationality in its place, and the daily killing of its original owners. The whole idea shows that it is far away and ignores the teachings of divine religions. According to divine religions, the life of a human being is so important that, for example, the Holy Quran says that killing of one person is equal to killing all. Therefore, in order to create peace in the middle of humanity, it is necessary to open a dialogue between the followers of different divine religions in order to invite all of them to respect each other's rights, despite maintaining respect for the differences and emphasizing the commonalities between them. Unfortunately, today we are witnessing that with the guidance of certain centers in the world, the worst kind of violence, which often appears with political motives, take place in the name of religion, and religious people are introduced as promoters of violence in public opinion. While religion is inherently for peace and tranquility, and violence is in conflict with the existential nature of religions that are messengers of peace and tranquility. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, member of the Council of States of India, followed by Ms. Lika Mtambo, Public Affairs Committee and Youth Representative with Religions for Peace, followed by Mr. Natai Sarseng Galiev, member of the House of Representatives of Kazakhstan. Mr. Tiwari, you have the floor, please.
Namaste from India to everyone present here. India is a country of diverse faiths and cultures, a living testament of the peaceful coexistence of multiple religions. We are a beacon of hope that demonstrates how love and mutual respect can bind together a multitude of faiths harmoniously. This has been possible by establishing a strong infra-faith mechanism built at the grassroots level in the society. In our societies, there are many such forms where issues are raised and addressed religiously: prayer meetings, panchayats, election meetings. There is therefore a deep-rooted involvement by the local authorities who keep a healthy relationship with the infra-faith leaders. Let me take this opportunity to also respond to the panelist from Pakistan who has chosen to misuse this august platform to propagate false and malicious propaganda against my country. The Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh were, are and will always remain an integral part of India, and Pakistan has no locus standi to pronounce on matters that are integral of India, including Indian territories under Pakistan's illegal and forcible occupation. The panelists also mentioned about situation of minorities in India. With its own record of dismal treatment of minorities communities, Pakistan would be well advised to first set its house in order. The world has been witness to the brutal murder of Pastor William Siraj in Pakistan in January 2022. The award of death sentence to Pastor Jafar Bhatti on allegation of blasphemy, and the countless cases of abduction, forced conversion, and marriage of minor girls from minority communities in Pakistan, I would like to conclude with a saying from one of the ancient Hindu scriptures, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, which means truth is one. The wise will call it by many names. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Lika Matambo, Youth Representative for Religions for Peace. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just one more important detail that is missing. I am from Malawi. Well, my intervention is that this panel has talked about the importance of fostering intra-religious dialogue. It is very important. What I would like to add is that I think on an individual level, we also have a responsibility. We have to teach the common human values that are important to all of us. We have to teach about love. We have to teach about nonviolence, right action, truth. If we embed all these values in our daily lives, I believe that we can transform our communities and even the greater religious communities which are divided. We cannot avoid the sects that we have. It is everybody's right of association and conscience to belong to a place where they think that they are going to be respected and accepted. We cannot avoid this, but we need to create healthy boundaries that should aim at bringing us together rather than dividing us. History has told us that we have lost a lot of lives due to sectarian religious violence, and we cannot go on like this. We need to learn from the good practices. Thank you.
Next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Mr. Naratai Sarasing Galiev, member of the House of Representatives of Kazakhstan. You have the floor, please.
Құрметті парламентшілер, діни бірлестік өкілдері және конференцияға қатысушылар.
This representative of Religious Association Conference participant. In recent years, we have seen significant increase in global tensions. This is a great threat to humanity. We can clearly see that as a result of geopolitical competition, a vacuum of trust between all powers, there is a threat to public security because of unresolved social problems. Against the backdrop of what is happening in the world today, there is a need to look for new mechanisms to prevent and address mistakes through collective solutions, working in cooperation as international diplomacy requires. This is the demand of the times. This context, Kazakhstan's experience can serve as an example in terms of strengthening dialogue and constructive cooperation among representatives of all civil society institutions. One evidence of this is the Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions, which has been continuously held in the Republic of Kazakhstan for 20 years. Experts and participants invited from all over the world praised the Congress. The Congress will facilitate the establishment of cooperation mechanisms between the leaders of world and traditional religions and major political figures. In this way, they are able to exchange views with each other face to face. In addition, during the Congress, specialists will exchange experiences, have the opportunity to develop new ideas using the rich spiritual heritage of religions and the common historical experience of countries to create a harmonious, safe environment for humanity. There are now about 4,000 religious associations representing 18 denominations in Kazakhstan which operate without hindrance. There are over 3,700 places of worship in the country. Kazakhstan is constantly presenting projects planned that ensure not only its national interest but also a peaceful and secure future for all mankind. Kazakhstan has achieved contemporary religious stability in the country through concrete steps. It should be noted that the basic foundation for ensuring stability in a multi-confessional state has been laid down by law since our country gained independence. The first law regulating relations in the religious sphere was the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan of 15 January 1992 on freedom of religion and religious association. The main provision of this law were a policy of religious tolerance and respect for the religious belief of citizens by the state. It should be borne in mind that Kazakhstan is a full member of the international community and of international human rights treaties. It's worth noting that separate changes were made to a Religion Act on the 29th December 2021. Alongside legislative changes, measures are being taken to improve enforcement practices. In particular, today, the activities of local executive and law enforcement bodies are based on preventive and explanatory work and minimization of administrative measures. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more names registered before we return to the panel. Mr. Daniel Koulibaly first, Advocacy and Peacebuilding Officer for Tirfan from Mali, followed by Ms. Zainab Abu Talib, member of the Shura Council, and followed by Mr. Mohini Vital, Member of Parliament for the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Koulibaly, you have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Koulibaly, I think
in the room? He's not. Il n'est pas dans la.
Ms. Zainab Abu Talib, are you in the room, please? You have the floor.
Yes. Hello.
Oui.
Bismillah,
Bonjour.
alhamdulillah. Sorry.
Je vais intervenir demain. Je laisse mon intervention pour la.
So I leave it until tomorrow. I'll leave it until my presentation is for tomorrow. Well, thanks very much indeed, Mr. Koulibaly.
Shall I start or?
Please, yes.
Okay, I lost 4 minutes or 5 minutes. بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أيها الحضور الكرام أتباع الأديان أحيي الجميع بتحية الإسلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Good morning to you. Thanks are extended to the conveners of UPI of this conference and to the government of Morocco, dear attendee, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on the basis of its role in the Arab and Islamic world, provides quite a lot of important to boosting peace and cooperation among the creeds, and so particularly the role played by Saudi Arabia. It supports international organizations to consolidate peace and dialogue among the creeds, and also the Saudi Arabia really through the initiative of His Royal Highness really organized and convened quite an important conference on the culture, particularly which saw as a conclusion to set up quite a number of things. Quite many forums have been organized, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia organized quite a number of conferences, particularly so Saudi Arabia calls upon for dialogue, more particularly among the peoples and the communities of the world. In order, Saudi Arabia is doing all it can, leaving no stone unturned in order to fight against poverty. God in the Quran said, we created you tribes and territories. So peace is quite important. And so God said, we created you from tribes and territory. Those true believers are those who are really enjoy a high and lofty position with God. The reinforcing legislation to boost peace and stability is quite important. And so the protection of the communities from the fake news and the bad mass media particularly. And God created man and women in order to get to know each other. And so like to thank you.
Our final intervention today is from Mr. Mohini Vital, Member of Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You have the floor, please.
I'd like to congratulate the speakers and panelists for the very instructive presentations that have been on the promotion of rule of law and regional peace consolidation. I come from the RDC or DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there are 450 tribes that have really been in coexistence for a number of years. The dialogue, interfaith dialogue, helps immensely in the preservation of lives and sparing lives, and contributes to the promotion and cohabitation, peaceful cohabitation. And the religions have gone even further, because the religious leaders initiate a political dialogue within our communities, and this dialogue have been successful in our country. Allow me, the honorable panelists, to say that we from the DRC really we accuse the state, the rule of law. There are quite a number of responsibilities. There are a number of Congolese who are dead, and really inside the DRC, and at the same time, we are today victims of our aggressor, the Rwandan neighbor. But then we are just asking for Rwanda to withdraw its troops from the DRC, and do not support the rebels inside the DRC. And so the Congolese in the east of the DRC, there are quite a number of people who use religion for killing Christians and Muslims. My advocacy is to ask the deputies to advocate for the provision of religious education right from the maternal schools, secondary education, and even in the university. This is the thing I wanted to share with you. Advocating for religion to be taught right from the beginning.
Intervention from your side, and I have collected a whole set of wonderful gems, including youth as policymakers, as full members, contributing in finding solutions and not just listening to them, to education and revisiting those programs of education under this perspective of dialogue to find solutions, long-term investments that would definitely generate return on investment, so it's not vain. Parliamentarians should work together along with religious leaders to bring relief to those in need. That's functional. To write a joint document between religious leaders and parliamentarians to address those matters, addressing trauma and sitting calmly in face of those traumas and trying to see clearly within them in order to cure them, reconnecting with our vulnerabilities and being conscious of those vulnerabilities, disconnecting with shame, feeling responsibility, teaching common values, common human values, integrating civil society's representatives to this intra-faith dialogue to find better solutions, the cruciality of security and stability for the elevation of well-being for the citizens of the world, the importance and cruciality also of the rule of law in our world, re-establishing memory. Those are wonderful gems that we would very much conserve in our propositions and recommendations. I will now once again ask our panelists to interact. I would start from you, Senator Naik. Please, the floor is yours.
See, as I've already said, and I'm advocating once again for a peaceful dialogue in order to resolve the issue. I just do not know why my Indian friend became so upset. I never talked about the territories. I just talk about the interfaith dialogue if there is a problem. And I will stick to that, but I'm not becoming personal. I'm not talking about the territories. I'm not talking about the countries. I'm only talking about the religion. Religion, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Hindu, whether you're a Christian, whether you're Jewish, if somebody misbehaves with you, if somebody exploits you, that should not be done. That is what all I have to say. So I will request my friend to take it easy and believe in dialogue, interfaith dialogue, to create peace in this in the world. Thank you.
Licha, final word.
Me parece que muy buenas prácticas e iniciativas.
It seems to me that we have been able to determine good practices to be emulated, particularly within our own religious community. But these initiatives and good practices are not very well known, unfortunately. It's quite important that they be disseminated, there be fora in order to disseminate so that we take the values of these religious communities. And so we are not part of the problem, but we are also part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 2 points. The first one relates to a point that was raised by, I think it was Karen from UK, about political leaders preaching divisions. And I think probably that's the reason why we need dialogue, so that those who preach divisions, we should bring them to books if need be, because then they are actually fueling conflict within the society. And so involving all the groups would probably help. I want to think that way. The second point that I wanted to make is a point that was raised by, I think, Alfonso, about the respect for each other. And I think the respect should not just be between religions, and it should also be within the religion. So how, even if the other person wants to interpret their belief to God in a particular way, maybe the other one shouldn't be offended. And if they are, then that's why we are preaching dialogue. They should sit down and then get to understand each other. And I agree with the intervener from Malawi who talked about teaching about values. And I think once we get to that point, that everybody matters, everybody's opinion matters, especially in matters of faith, because those are matters of the heart. So it's me believing, why would you have issues with me? So because of that, then I think it underscores the importance of having dialogue, to sit down and then talk about the differences. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, and to thank people for their contributions. It's very thoughtful, and in particular to the Right Honourable Karen Bradley. And I think you're right. I think Northern Ireland is the best example across the world of how interfaith relationships and government relationships can better a society in a region. And it was incredibly hard to achieve that at the time between both governments and both communities, and it's even harder to maintain it, actually. And I think that's important. The people who created peace in Ireland, the people who are maintaining it weren't there then, but they hold the same values, which are the values that are based on the Good Friday Agreement. And I think it's very fitting today to actually finish on a quotation from one of those leaders that created peace in Northern Ireland. It was a gentleman called John Hume, who was the leader of the SDLP, and about 6 months after peace was found in Northern Ireland, he received the Nobel Peace Prize with the late David Trimble from the DUP. But when he spoke, receiving the prize, he spoke about difference and peace, and I think it's very fitting for today to say what he said. He said, "Difference is the essence of humanity. Difference is an accident of birth, and it should therefore never be the source of hatred or conflict. The answer to difference is to respect it. Therein lies a most fundamental principle of peace, respect for diversity." Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed.
Thank you, Doctor. Just two very brief remarks as far as interfaith dialogue is concerned. We have beautiful and positive examples of brotherhood in Iraq, even during the darkest days of brutality and violence. After the rise of ISIS in Iraq, internally displaced Sunni families who fled their cities were welcomed with open arms in Shia-dominated cities by not just the people, but the religious establishment in Najaf, led by Grand Ayatollah Sistani. And Najaf also worked closely with the Yazidi community to help return back young Yazidi girls to their families after they were taken as slaves by ISIS. And these efforts were recognized by His Holiness Pope Francis when he visited Iraq and made the detour to Najaf only to meet Ayatollah Sistani. I'm pleased to say this interfaith visit opened the doors for intrafaith dialogue, with now the head of the Saudi Muslim World League and Egyptian Sheikh of Al-Azhar also invited to Najaf. And we hope to see them in Iraq soon, including, of course, yourself, Dr. Al-Abadi, and the Muhammadiyya League of Scholars here in Morocco. You're most welcome in Najaf. I'll just conclude with the famous words of Ali ibn Abi Talib, the first Shia Imam and fourth Caliph in Sunni Islam, where he says, "People are of two kinds. They are either your brothers in faith or your equals in humanity." مقولة Imam Ali bin Abi Talib alayhi salam. الناس صنفان إما أخ لك في الدين أو نظير لك في الخلق. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much indeed. What a great and edifying panel. What I've learned is that mutual understanding comes in pixels and not as massive flows. Two, we need for intra-faith dialogue to edify and build mutual recognition. We need the patience of the farmers and not just the speed of the hunters. Three, we need coordination platforms structured to be inclusive and skillful, credible follow-up and moderation. We need a great professional reporting capabilities that would allow us to harvest and harness all the wisdom around in those regards. Also, we need people who would bring the word to the international platforms keenly and would be following it sustainably and not just occasionally. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. Thank you for enlightenments. And it was my utmost honor to be part of such a panel. Thank you very much.